Good morning. I now declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2021-22 and related documents for cross-portfolio Murray-Darling Basin Plan matters. The committee has before it a program listing agencies and divisions relating to matters for which senators have given notice. The committee has fixed Friday, the 25th of March 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice prior to Friday, the 25th of February 2022. For questions received after that date, the date for return of answers will be the Friday, 22nd of April 2022. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat as soon as possible following the hearings. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy. It shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everyone present to switch off their mobile phones or render them inaudible. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the Budget Estimates 2021-22 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anne Ruston, Minister for Families and Social Services and Minister for Women's Safety. Mr Andrew Metcalfe AO, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. Mr Andrew Reynolds, Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, and all the officers of the department. Minister Ruston, do you, Mr Metcalfe or Mr Reynolds, wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I don't wish to make a statement, but I believe that Mr Metcalfe would like to put some information on the record.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Minister. Thank you, Chair and Senators. Andrew Metcalfe. Thanks very much for the opportunity to make a short opening statement this morning. Chair, conditions have greatly improved across much of the Murray-Darling Basin over recent months, acknowledging that some areas have also experienced significant flooding. While some parts of the basin have experienced drier than average conditions, overall, basin water storage is now at 92%. This time last year, basin water storage was at 51% capacity. It's anticipated that the winter cropping season will be off to a strong start because soil moisture levels are so high and water availability will be at its best. As you know, ABARES has forecast that Australia's agricultural production will set a record this year, topping $78 billion. Farmers in the basin grow about 40% of our food and fibre, making a significant contribution to our food security and to our exports. Basin communities also continue to benefit from the implementation of the Murray-Darling Communities Investment Package measures. The wet seasons we've experienced, combined with water held and used to benefit the environment, have seen a revival of many but not all of the wetlands in the basin. While there are some water quality issues, water birds and fish are breeding across the basin, a sure sign of good basin health. Environmental water, which sustained wetlands during the drought, is now providing a helping hand in places to maintain water levels so birds don't abandon their nests. Menindee lakes are full and teeming with golden perch. Managed flows out of the lakes are helping fish disperse into the southern basin. Chair and Senators, I'd also like to acknowledge Philip Glide's recent retirement as Chief Executive Officer of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and put on my record my thanks for his lifetime of contribution to the authority, our portfolio and the wider Australian public service. Phil's calm leadership and deep expertise have been invaluable in a range of roles, from the merger of ABARES and the Bureau of Rural Sciences, leading negotiations for the Murray-Darling Basin Agreement, managing trade matters, particularly in relation to live animal exports, and most recently as the Chief Executive Officer of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. His achievements over his 42-year career are many. It is fitting today to acknowledge his leadership in helping to implement the Basin Plan and working so hard to bring the authority closer to its communities and stakeholders. On behalf of all of my colleagues, I'd like to thank him for his dedicated service and wish him and his family well in his retirement. A selection process to identify his permanent successor as Chief Executive Officer is currently underway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Metcalfe, and I'm sure all the committee joins me in also thanking Mr Glide for his work. And the couple of years that I've been here, I've always appreciated his frank and direct advice. So we join with you in thanking him for his service. All right, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Let us begin again. So take a deep breath and let's go. It's no secret that the National Party have tried to undermine the Basin Plan. Amend. And looking to scrap the 450 gigalitres, which is so important to South Australia, my home state, and yours, Minister. Some of the commentary to us South Australians to move to where the water is from Barnaby Joyce as his advice, and the fact that we didn't have a hope in Hades of getting the water promised through the Murray-Darling Basin obviously puts us at a point of extreme concern. When we look to the decision making, the overarching decision making that shapes where things go within the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, we are looking at a government that is partly supportive and partly not supportive. The coalition, which is two parties coming together, making decisions and shaping how all of the officials in this room undertake their work, puts us in the position of paralysis that I believe we are in with the Murray-Darling. So my first question is, how does that decision-making work, Minister, given that all of the officials in this room and all of the structures that run the Murray-Darling Basin system, all of the support services, all of the things that these people in this room do, how does that decision-making work when you have a coalition that is totally divided on the river?
Well, first and foremost, decision-making works by a policy be taken by the government, a policy position. And I might add, Senator Grogan, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan was a policy that was adopted by both previous governments and current government. And so the policy decision is taken, and unless somebody makes a change to that policy decision remains. And we sit here today with exactly the same policy in position and policy intent and policy commitment as we always have had. Now, I'm sure many people across the entire Parliament would have different views about how best to achieve the kind of environmental outcomes, economic and social protections that we all want to put in place. But at the end of the day, the policy of this government is, always has been, for the delivery of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full.
So it is the Morrison-Joyce government, where you've got a Prime Minister from your party, and we have a Deputy Prime Minister from the National Party. Is it the position of the Morrison-Joyce government that you are committed to the delivery of the Basin Plan in full and on time?
I've just said that, Senator. There is absolutely nothing that has changed in relation to the delivery of the Basin Plan in full. But, I mean, I think everybody has to acknowledge that there's some real challenges around some of the constraints in the legislation around how we go about the delivery of the Basin Plan in full, and I think officials will probably provide some more details around the various aspects that sort of make up this very complex sort of and it was complex. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everybody to come together and support the delivery of a sustainable river system for everybody. So, you know, nobody's pretending that it's going to be easy.
No, I would totally agree with you.
Yeah,
At the time that it was set, there was, you know, there was agreement to move forward with it. The concern we have, as I laid out previously, is that part of your coalition, part of the current government, the Morrison-Joyce government, that an element of that, a significant element of that, is not committed and has tried to unpick the plan, and therefore, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many other people, the ability to deliver that plan is seriously hindered by the influence of the Nationals.
Well, I wouldn't agree with you that anybody's trying to unpick the plan. I think that is a turn of phrase that doesn't.
Let's just put some facts.
We tried to amend one component. We were
Order.
not trying to unpick
We have
the
a
whole
lot
plan.
to get through today. It will work best if we don't talk across the table. Thank you.
The
I
amendments
was just
that were-
wondering whether it would be possible for me to answer your question.
That would be terrific. Thanks, Senator
Yeah.
Ruston.
Thank
Please
you.
answer. Minister.
As I was saying before, I was interrupted. I think what we have before us at the moment is a group of people trying to deliver the plan within the constraints of the legislation and the legislative commitments that we've made to it. I'm sure you've read all the legislation, Senator Grogan, and the rules that apply to different parts of the the different parts of the delivery of the plan are contained in different sections of the legislation. And one of the great challenges that we have before us is the fact that whilst we are absolutely committed to the delivery of the plan in full, there are requirements that certain parts of the plan are delivered under certain conditions. And so it has been challenging for the agency, it's been challenging for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, it's been challenging for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder to make sure that they comply with the legislation, but at the same time continue to pursue the requirements of the legislation. So, I mean, I'm not sure whether you're aware about the delivering the 450 and the environmental outcomes that go with that, but at the same time not having any social and economic detrimental impact on our river communities. And I would suggest, Senator Patrick and Senator Grogan, coming from my state in South Australia, you wouldn't want to see, you know, my hometown of Renmark, my home community of the Riverland, significantly negatively impacted by a decision that didn't take any regard for their social and economic prosperity. So I think we need to be very careful that we don't decide that we're just going to go hell-bent on this sort of divisive type of behaviour, when I think we are genuinely all trying to work together to try and deliver the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full, but recognising that it's not just one component, one stakeholder that we're satisfying here. We're trying to satisfy a myriad of stakeholders, and we need to do it in a sensitive way. So I'm sorry that this has started out this morning, that we're just going for this big wedge combative attack on things, because I can give you an absolute commitment. This government is absolutely committed to the delivery of this plan in full, but we also aren't blind to the challenges of doing
Patrick,
it.
you'll get the call shortly.
Thank you very much, Chair.
I will just put on the record the amendments that were placed in the House last year, which we believe were a move to undermine the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. noting that that is not your position, Senator Ruston, but it certainly is ours, that scrapping, so the amendments were, and this is factual, not anyone making anything up, the amendments that were placed in were to scrap the 450 gigalitre target.
Senator Davey?
Senator Grogan actually wants to put on record the amendments that were introduced to the chamber, she should use the terminology from the amendments and not the terminology from the press release, because they are quite different, and it actually did not
Outcome's the
read.
same, right, then?
No, I think that's reasonable.
The outcome is actually quite different. So I would just appreciate, if you're going to put on record the amendments, put on record the amendments, not the press release.
Okay, I'm keen not
But
to
thank
get
you for
into...
the added publicity.
I'm keen not to get into
Not
a
a problem.
debate
Point of order,
about...
Susan. Oh, Chair. Please, I'm so sorry. Just on the point of order raised by Senator Davey, I'm not really sure what the point of order is. Senator Grogan is a participating member in this committee. She is perfectly entitled to ask her questions in whatever manner she wishes to. It is not the role of Senator Davey to correct or police the way that Senator Grogan approaches her questioning, except if it happens to be outside of the standing orders. Senator Davies made no argument that anything Senator Grogan has
With
said
all
is
due
outside
respect,
of the
Senator
standing
McAllister,
orders.
she
We're
was-
not-
she
And
alleged she was
it is not a
quoting
forum for
from
debate.
an amendment, and she
Please,
wasn't quoting
Senator
from the
Davey.
amendment.
As you know, this is not a forum for debate. The chamber is
No,
for debate, and
let's-
Senator
let's
Grogan is entitled to ask the question
pull
in
that
any
up
way
there
she
then.
chooses.
Thank you. Senator Grogan, I would encourage you to be accurate in your comments. That would be useful to this hearing today.
Sure, if we'd like to be that pedantic all day, we can certainly do that, Senator Davey. I will have the amendments
Please
brought down
address
and,
her through the chair. Thank you.
sure, and
Right, Senator
Bit longer.
Grogan, back to your question.
right. Can I ask who requested the drafting of those three amendments?
My understanding, they came from backbench members of the Senate. I would have no idea.
Senator Patrick, go faster if you don't interject.
Just can't be helpful with accuracy.
Terrific.
Was it Senator Mackenzie?
As I said, Senator Grogan, I would have absolutely no idea. My understanding, well, they would have come from the backbench, because no member of the executive government is able to move amendments in that manner. They have to go through a different process. So it was clearly from a backbencher, but who that backbencher was, I'm not aware.
No idea. Okay. I asked that because Senator Mackenzie, in tabling, she tabled the amendments, and she said that she was going by the latest science. And I'd like to put that science to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder.
Just ask Mr Taylor to come forward, Senator.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. Mr Taylor, can I ask, and I'm going to use some quotes here, so if they're a little inflamed, they're quotes from the Nationals Deputy Whip, Damien Drum. So I'm just using his words. One of those quotes is, "The science no longer supports South Australia needing fresh water." Does the science support that comment?
Thank you, Senator. Hilton Taylor, Acting Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. I'm not aware of any science that would say that South Australia does not require fresh water.
Thank you. And can I also ask, and again I'm quoting, so it's not my language, "Rising sea levels will mean SA Lower Lake system will not need environmental water."
Again, Senator, I think the situation with rising sea levels in South Australia and linking that to requiring fresh water are two quite separate issues in my mind, and I'm not aware of any science that indicates that rising sea levels will mean that you don't need environmental water to South Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Taylor. Minister, do those statements from Mr Drum represent the views of the Morrison-Joyce government?
Senator, backbenchers in our party are absolutely at liberty to make whatever comments that they wish. The government relies very heavily on the expert advice that's backed by such people as Mr Taylor and others who provide advice to government in relation to the science that sits behind decision making. So we take our advice from those people.
Is there... Now, we're both South Australians. The 450 gigalitres is very important to South Australia and to South Australians. And I believe it's very important to you too. Would that be right?
Well, Senator, I mean, the delivery of the plan is extremely important for the entire Murray-Darling Basin, because at the end of the day, the whole driving purpose behind the Murray-Darling Basin plan was to make sure that we achieved the environmental outcomes that would mean that we would have a healthy river system for future generations. And it was trying to strike a balance between making sure that we had enough water to ensure that sustainability within all of the targets that were modelled into the plan, but at the same time making sure that we still remain the food bowl of Australia, because the productivity that comes out of the Murray-Darling Basin in total is so terribly important. You know, the level of production and gross domestic product that comes out of the basin. So that was the intent of the plan. And so the ability for us to achieve those targets and to achieve a sustainable river system is absolutely at the heart of this, and is the reason why I'm so committed to the delivery of this plan, is that we must continue to strive to achieve the outcomes that we set for ourselves when we first put this plan in place. You know, when the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, not so much the Greens, I think they wanted more, but the Labor Party and the Coalition came together and absolutely committed to these outcomes. A healthy river system for future generations in a way that did the least amount of damage to our communities, so that we had a balanced approach to it. Social, economic and environmental outcomes.
Do you have any concerns about the lack of support for the plan by parts of your coalition government?
Well, Senator, I mean, there are obviously many robust debates within parties and within coalitions. Hopefully you don't end up finding out what it's like to be in coalition with the Greens sometime in the future, because that wouldn't be good for you.
Oh, we have no intention of finding that out. Thank you.
Well, we can only hope. But the government, and the government is made up of all the members of the government, are committed to a policy that is the delivery of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full. And that is our policy. Now, people may have different views around how, you know, parts of it are achieved, but we have a piece of legislation, we have multiple pieces of legislation through which we are required to deliver the various components of the plan. That remains the mechanism by which we will deliver the plan, and that remains our policy position. Unless we change it, that is our policy position, and our position is to deliver the plan in full.
Senator Grogan, can I ask you to make this your last question, and I'll share the call then?
Certainly.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, okay, thanks, Senator
you.
Grogan. Senator McLaughlin.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, thank you.
Thank you. I have some questions regarding floodplain harvesting to the authority.
Yep.
Yes, Senator McLaughlin.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. The New South Wales government has introduced new regulations which I think become come in effect on Monday, has the authority had any involvement or input in those regulations?
Andrew Reynolds, Acting Chief Executive of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. So the authority has consulted with New South Wales Government through their officials on how floodplain harvesting might be incorporated into water resource plans, but the development of the regulations is a matter that the New South Wales Government has progressed. We haven't been part of the preparation of those at all.
Have you modelled the impacts of those regulations?
The modelling of the
water flows?
modelling of floodplain harvesting regulations and how it would operate in New South Wales is something the New South Wales Government has undertaken and has been consulting on as well.
So as a South Australian, do I know whether if these regulations remain and are not disallowed, are they going to impact water flows to South Australia?
So the modelling that the New South Wales Government has undertaken, as we understand it, show that the impact of floodplain harvesting on flows to the Murray at the end of the Barwon-Darling system is very minimal. The total volume of floodplain harvesting that has been modelled is around 14% of the volume of flow from the Northern Basin to the Murray-Darling to the Murray is around 14%, and floodplain harvesting is a much smaller component of that. So any impact of floodplain harvesting will have a minimal impact. Changes to floodplain harvesting has a minimal impact to the Murray system.
Sorry, 14% of what?
Average flows to the Murray from the Northern Basin is about 14%.
So I take it from your answer that you accept the veracity of your modelling?
Well, when the water
Do you
resource
test it?
when water resource plans come forward that incorporate the floodplain harvesting regulations, the modelling will be provided as part of that, and MDBA will undertake an assessment of that modelling at that point in time. That hasn't been brought forward to us at this point.
So what is our anticipated timings for when the authority will be forming a view on the modelling of New South Wales?
So we're continuing to work with New South Wales on the submission of water resource plans. We actually had the first water resource plan submitted to us yesterday. That one does not include floodplain harvesting. We're anticipating that successive water resource plans will be brought forward in tranches over the next 6 months or so.
There's been various stakeholders suggesting that the regulations may allow for the floodplain harvesting to be taken out of water sharing plans entirely. Do you have a view on that?
Would understand that the floodplain harvesting regulations will be incorporated in water sharing plans, and importantly from the MDBA and Basin Plan will have to be reflected in water resource plans in due course.
So which means that there will still be valley limits.
Absolutely. There will be valley limits under the Basin Plan and water resource plans. The limits are the sustainable diversion limit. That does not determine the various forms of take and put individual limits on each form of take. It's a limit at a whole of resource unit. So floodplain harvesting is a form of take that needs to be within the SDL, as does every other form of take.
Just to come back to one of my earlier questions, just on timing, when as a South Australian will I get the opportunity to have some comfort that floodplain harvesting under the new regulations won't affect my community?
So the New South Wales Government has been consulting quite widely on the floodplain harvesting regulations and their modelling, and they've made information available. When that information comes forward to the MDBA as part of water resource plan submissions, we will publish that on our website as well. We're anticipating seeing that in the next 6 months or so.
Okay, so over the next 6 months. Yeah, thank you. I noticed that the Legislative Council of the New South Wales Parliament released a report, I think, late last year. Has the authority formed a view on the recommendations in that report?
Responding to those recommendations and taking action on them is a matter for the New South Wales Government, and they have not yet responded to that inquiry. We're certainly following what New South Wales is doing with the floodplain harvesting, but we haven't necessarily formed a view on individual recommendations of that inquiry.
Are they consulting with you in the formulation of their response?
No, that's a matter for the New South Wales Government.
Chair, I might just leave it there for a moment. I might stick the call a little bit later.
Thanks very much, Senator. Yes, thank you, Senator O'Neill.
With regard to New South Wales, we know how critical that relationship is, and we know the paucity of information that's been available and the contested nature of what information is available and the political will of the current Liberal National Party in government in New South Wales. When do you expect to have any clarity about what's going on?
So as I said, we are anticipating that information around those matters will come forward in their submission of water resource plans, and we're understanding that they will be coming forward in the next 6 months. I think the plans that incorporate floodplain harvesting are a lot more likely to be towards the end of that period than early, as they work through some of the issues that they've got now.
So, August?
In that order of that time, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
Thanks,
you, Chair.
Senator O'Neill. Senator Patrick.
Thank you. Just going back to the 450, just wondering how much of the 450 has been realised. I think it was something like 2 to 3 gigalitres at the last hearing. So,
Rachel Connell, Acting Deputy Secretary, Water, Climate Adaptation, Natural Disasters and Antarctica. In terms of the entitlements that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder now holds, there are 2 gigalitres, but as we advised the committee last time, we've contracted with Victoria to deliver another 15.9 gigalitres. Minister Pitt has also approved a project with New South Wales for the Murrumbidgee Irrigation to undertake a project that I think delivers in the order of about 6 gigalitres, and we're in active discussions with South Australia and Victoria on a range of other projects.
so that's thus far 23 gigalitres. If we accept that the plans will be implemented properly.
That's right. There's a process for states to apply, put forward applications which need to be assessed against the requirements of the Water Act and the overall program, and of course determined, assessed as to whether they provide value for money under the PGPA Act.
So Minister, we're 8 or 9 years into the plan, and there's an entitlement in the plan for the 450. We've got 2 so far, with a further 21 contracted. How are you going to meet the target? What's the plan?
Well, Senator, I'd be keen for the officials to maybe provide more, a more detailed explanation in relation to the mechanisms that are available for us to be able to achieve the 450. As you were aware, in the interests of protecting a very important agricultural sector, a decision was taken not to pursue on-farm water savings beyond those that had already been achieved in South Australia last year. We have, in the first instance, pursued off-farm, and I understand there's, on the books at the moment, there's somewhere between 70 and 100 gigalitres of water that has been identified through off-farm water efficiency projects, and I'd be keen for the department to be able to run through those. There is a third option that I would be very keen also for the department to give you some information about, a third element of water recovery, which is actually around urban and industrial water. Once again, this is water that can be secured for the Murray-Darling Basin's sustainability that doesn't impact on the socio and economic impact on our river communities that so heavily rely on it. And my understanding is that there are some quite significant opportunities to be able to gain water through that. So I'd be very keen for the department to actually outline the plan that they have around the off-farm projects that they have identified, their mechanism by which they will be achieving further off-farm or identifying further off-farm projects, and what they're doing about urban and industrial water.
Thank you, Minister. So I'll get Dr Durham to provide a bit more detail in a moment, but just to provide some context. So the 2 gigalitres was the product of the previous water efficiency program, so off the back of the first independent review of the Water for the Environment Special Account, which looks at the 450 program. The advice of that independent review was that program wasn't working effectively, it was taking too long, and these are demand-driven programs, and we weren't getting the applications coming forward. So Minister Pitt, at the beginning of last year, announced the closure of that program in response to the WESA review and the establishment of a new program, so the off-farm efficiency program. And so the government's plan for delivering that is on the website. There's a program overview, and the government is making available funding across all potential opportunities. So there's a significant amount of funding available for off-farm projects led by states. We've also, at the end of last year, opened a grant program, so that's for proponents to come forward directly, and there's still a component for state-led on-farm proposals.
And that might total up to 70 gigalitres, if I heard the Minister correctly.
So in terms of, we've been working actively over the last 18 months with states and potential proponents to identify prospective projects, and at the moment that's focused on about 70 to 100 gigalitres of prospective projects, but we are looking at additional areas. I might just ask.
And is that available on the website, the details of how you are intending to get those 70 to 100 gigalitres?
So, Senator, it is a demand-driven program, so the key role of the Commonwealth is to provide funding under the Water for the Environment Special Account, and that the funding streams are, there are 2 state-led funding streams, so off-farm and on-farm, and we've also got grant opportunities available.
I'm just mindful of time, and I know you're trying to be helpful, but are the details of how you intend to get the 70 to 100 gigalitres available for public scrutiny?
The details of the ultimate target, the 450, are on our website, set out in the program overview, and we can provide you with a copy of that.
I'm interested in being able to look. You're saying there's a plan that's laid out for 70 to 100 gigalitres. I think people would be entitled, because this is a commitment of government, to look at what that plan is. So in relative detail, to be able to scrutinise and say, actually, I don't think that one's going to deliver because of these reasons, and enable us to ask questions about that. So another one we might look at and say, well, that looks fantastic. Why aren't you doing that quicker? That sort of detail, is that available?
I'll just ask Dr Durham to provide a bit more information.
Good morning, Dr Peter Durham, Assistant Secretary in the Water Division. At the moment, the level of detail on our website is not what you're looking for, but what we do have in place is, following the stock take and the work that Ms Connell has outlined, there are a suite of prospective projects that our state colleagues are currently working to develop projects for. And as part of that work, what we have done is we're supporting them with additional funding, particularly in New South Wales. We've just put another $5 million on the table for them to do the feasibility work. As those jurisdictions go out on these prospective projects, they're working with their communities. It's a very important element that community scrutiny that you referred to is coming forward as part of those feasibility considerations.
So, because I'm also interested in hearing about what the minister, the other program the minister
yes,
indicated
the urban and
was a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Can the department please provide the committee with a summary of the planning? And I accept you're suggesting it might not be, advanced to a point where you can hang your hat on it, but such that we can have a look at at what grounds the 70 to 100 claim that's being made, accepting that it might be draft or preliminary at this point in time. Can someone prepare that and provide that to the committee?
So I think we'll take that
on
on notice
notice?
because we have
Sure,
the list
on
and we
notice.
probably should check in with our state counterparts on the sensitivity of some of those sites because,
Sure.
as you can appreciate, some of them are very conceptual still in terms of the negotiations they've been able to commence with communities.
Sure, but even if they've started the negotiations, it won't be sensitive to the point you can at least put it on a bit of paper and mark it as conceptual. That's fine. The other program?
So, Senator, we provided the list that you're requesting, I think, at the last hearing. So we can provide an updated version of that.
That's the same list, yeah? Okay.
And we can provide an update in terms of how
that would
discussions
be
with
appreciated.
states and proponents are progressing.
Okay. And there's new urban, what's it called?
Urban and industrial.
And industrial,
Senator.
yeah.
So it's not that new. We've been negotiating with the basin jurisdictions for 18 months or so on prospective projects. I think it was the original work that Ernst Young identified this as a category of potential projects. What I can say is that we do have some really prospective projects here in the ACT, in the order of 15 to 18 gigalitres potentially of water recovery. These are urban wetland reuse recycle type projects that see a return of entitlement. We're also working very closely with the South Australian government. They have probably 7 local councils who are developing stormwater renewal projects as well. We've actually got one of those 7 proposals in with us at the moment that we're currently assessing. We're just working through some issues with that proposal, but that'll be a bit of a pilot for the remaining 6 sites, councils in South Australia. So again, quite prospective.
What quantum of water?
It will depend from local council to local council, but anywhere in the order of up to around 10 gigalitres, roughly. So again, we're seeing some really significant opportunities. We've also been working with the New South Wales government in terms of what they might be able to do with their urban water sector. There's some prospective projects there. The air of caution, of course, when you're working with urban utilities is that it's high-value water, and coming off the back of the drought that we've seen, there's a lot of, concern about future-proofing our urban water supplies, and the notion of, handing over any entitlement at the moment is a little bit fraught for some of those communities and community leaders. So there are some really terrific prospective projects. We have a few that are quite well advanced and a few who are being a little bit more reserved in terms of their willingness to bring them any further forward.
And is that program detailed anywhere?
No, I think we'll need to update our sites to provide some more of that detail.
And the committee as to the general concept and what you think you can get from it. I'm still only adding up, if I'm generous, somewhere around 150. So there's still 300 missing.
I haven't touched on any of the industrial type projects. That's another area where there could be some really good prospective water recovery coming from, and quite significant too in terms of treatment of wastewater and recycle and reuse of that water. Has its own challenges. Obviously, it's wastewater that's being treated for reuse. And I think at this stage, that's still an area where we'll need to do a fair bit more work over coming months to really draw out those prospective projects.
But again, quantum for that, any idea?
It could be in the tens of gigalitres.
Tens of gigalitres. So we're still not there in terms of we're still 300 gigalitres short.
Senator, I'd point out that there's been a serious amount of activity and progress since the water efficiency program was shut in terms of the response to the first statutory
Sure.
review of the WESA,
So
and we await the second
You know,
statutory review.
I'm not being critical of what you've put to the table. That's all good news, but you'd understand my role is to make sure that the commitment that was made to South Australia, and it was a commitment made to South Australia in order for us to get us South Australia across the line in signing up to the plan, is met. That's my job. And so I'm not being critical at all, but I am entitled to ask the question, where is the other 300 coming from? Particularly when we're 8 to 9 years into this. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Senator Patrick, I think I understand what you're asking for in terms of the plan or the pathway that the government through the agency is seeking to achieve the delivery of the plan. I think what has been put on the table here is that there are a myriad of different ways that we are pursuing in order to be able to achieve that outcome. I wonder whether it may not be a useful exercise for the agency to actually try and scope out for you. Admittedly, some of it will not necessarily be fully,
And I get it.
fully sort of developed, to scope out from you a potential pathway to the 450 using the off-farm efficiency programs that are currently being pursued. Maybe being a little more ambitious about how we're pushing some of those programs. I know it's difficult when you're dealing with states and territories who push back, but being a little more ambitious around where we go to that, looking at some of those urban water projects that I know have not been advanced as much as perhaps they should have been, on the back of the fact that they were focusing on, because up until we made the changes last year in relation to the on-farm water recovery, there was a lot of focus on on-farm water recovery. The change away from that means that we have to focus on other things. So I think if we can do a plan around off-farm and what we can achieve there, a plan around urban and a plan around industrial, and come back to you to show you that there genuinely is a pathway towards recovering this water. I'm not pretending it's going to be easy, Senator.
Sure.
Not pretending that.
You will recall I did put a question on notice probably 2 estimates ago asking for what that plan was. I got a very, very thin response, so I would welcome that.
Yep. No, Senator, I hear you loud and clear, and I think the department hears you loud and clear, that they want you want the confidence that they have a plan and a pathway towards the delivery of the...
I think the entire constituency of South Australia wants that.
Well, I think the entire constituency of the Murray-Darling Basin...
I'm not sure about that, Minister.
Well, no, let me finish. I think the entire constituency of the Murray-Darling Basin want to know that there is a plan for the sustainable operation of our river system for the benefits, triple bottom line benefits that were agreed to in the plan. And part of that is making sure that we meet those environmental outcomes, that we meet those flow outcomes. So I'd be, like you, be very keen, and I'm sure the department will be more than happy to be able to develop that plan for you to show how we are intending to get to our targets.
Don't suppose I've got time to look at the 605 in this break?
Not in this.
No? Well, that's coming for my next block, is where we're up to with the 605, so just to prepare you.
Thanks, Senator Patrick. Senator Grogan?
Senator
O'Neill.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. So I've got a short section. Just with regard to the cap on buybacks, the legislated amount for that, Senator Ruston, was 1,500 gigalitre cap on buybacks. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes, it is, Senator.
And how much of that has actually been recovered?
I might, to be exact, get the agency to answer that question.
Thank you, Senator. In terms of the statutory cap, my understanding is it's about 1,200 gigalitres. I'll get the precise figure for you. So it's about 1,250 gigalitres of the statutory cap.
So the government hasn't met its own statutory cap, is that correct?
Senator, it was up to 1,500. I mean, it was the
You're
cap to
building
say
the
we could not
get out of jail free card.
No,
there.
Senator.
Senator, got to be careful with you guys.
Chair, I'd be very keen to get on the record. The cap was put in place to make sure that we did not go above that amount of water that was taken out of the consumptive use for our river communities along the river. Obviously, if there was a mechanism by which that water could be achieved, not even getting to that cap, then that was going to be a good outcome, because I live in a river community, Senator O'Neill, that relies on the river for its very existence. I don't want one more litre of water taken out of my community than is absolutely necessary. So I want the department to be pursuing projects and actions that will enable those outcomes to be delivered without my community being negatively impacted on it. So I think to say the comment you just made about the 1,500 gigalitre cap is a misrepresentation of the reason why the cap was put in place. It was there to protect our river communities, and I hope that we don't have to take one more gigalitre than we've already taken out of the consumptive use, because I know what it does to communities like mine, communities like Senator Davies. So, you know, it is
I've
a
been out
balance.
along the river quite a bit and seen it, and I know what it means in Deniliquin, how this has all been managed in the Menindee Lakes and the Fishkills. We all know that the management of the river is a critical issue, and we also know that the government can be pretty tricky with how it announces what it's doing and then what it actually does. So can I move on, unless Ms Connell has something to add? Yeah.
Senator, I've got the correct figure now. So in terms of the water that's been recovered under the statutory cap, it's 1,228 gigalitres. But to put that in context, the overall recovery target is 2,075 gigalitres. We've actually recovered to date 2,106 gigalitres that's now with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. And as the Minister pointed out, that water's come from a range of sources, so from direct purchase, but also via infrastructure, and some water has actually been gifted to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. So the overall target has actually been exceeded. So the full recovery target is, though, at 98%, because there are some additional small recovery targets that still need to be met in some catchments. But overall, 98% of the water recovery target has been met.
And can I just indicate that there have been some people who have been in contact with my office who would have appreciated the opportunity to take up a buyback for their business model. Is the government open to that at all?
Minister Pitt, as part of the community investment package, confirmed that buybacks wouldn't be part of the program going forward, given the negative socio-economic impacts that direct water purchase had in the basin over the previous 10 years.
I'm aware of the policy statement, but you know, there are still people for whom, with their business model, that is an option that they were holding out. There might be some flexibility on it. Is it absolutely over and done with? There is no chance for that.
So the government's approach in terms of meeting that remaining gap bridging target is through off-farm infrastructure projects.
Senator O'Neill, just to point out that anybody who's approaching you who actually would be keen to, their business model would seek to sell their water, they can sell it in the open market.
Yeah, there's a few issues with the market though, and there's not that many buyers, as I understand it, Senator Ruston. So
I'm not sure that's necessarily true.
Well, I don't want to sort of spend my time on an individual case at this point of time, but
happy to look
we're going to have
if it would
very
be of assistance.
Good. And there are concerns about how much flexibility there is for a fair price in a market which is controlled by so few. Could I just go to the 605 gigalitres in the supply projects? So what is the current status, the current progress on the projects across the basin?
Sorry, excuse me. The status is has been updated on our website for the last quarter last year, so you'll find an update of the dashboard that we've been publishing. That remains still that 30 of the 36 projects are highly prospective in terms of delivery as notified by the legislative timeframe, and that secures...
And the timeframe, to be clear, we're talking about this achievement by June 24?
24,
Yep.
yes, thank you, Senator. And those 30 projects secure approximately 75% of the 605, so in rough figures about 445 of the 605 gigalitre offset there. 15 of those 36 projects are already delivered, which I think's worthy of recognition, and that in itself secures about 280 gigalitres of that 605. So they're already completed. The remaining projects of that 30, those other 15 there in that gap, are the mainly infrastructure projects. Of those, they're all progressing quite well. We have funding schedules in place that for majority of those now that will see them with surety to get into 30 June 2024, barring risks and acts of God that we can't control in terms of construction.
So just for a bit of further context on that front, when we commenced the implementation of the Murray-Darling Community Investment Package in September 2020, states were significantly behind schedule in terms of implementing and delivering their projects. And one of the key measures of that package was to work with states to accelerate their performance and delivery. So I think in the course of the last 18 months, the government's entered into funding arrangements with South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria to deliver constraints projects, and additional funding arrangements with New South Wales to accelerate 5 of their supply measure projects.
So can we come to that in New South Wales? Because it seems to me we're at a similar position to when we were last here discussing this. There's still 25% missing, and that is predominantly in New South Wales where we've got some issues. So can I go to the current progress on the Menindee Lakes project? What's happening with that?
I don't agree with
what
the
I'd like to
25%
understand-
missing. The issue with the 25% is there were some significant project challenges and risks, but we've been working with the relevant states to combat those risks. And Dr Jerram can give a more fulsome update on progress with the Menindee project.
Thank you. So just recalling the last time I was here, the government were trying to push the date out for some of these projects to 2026, is that correct?
State governments were,
Mm-hmm.
not the federal
So
government.
we've got that little problem lurking in the background, so I'm mindful of that as I ask these questions about Menindee. So if you can update me and give me a good sense of the consultation with the federal department on your intentions about substantially changing the project at this point.
So at the moment, the New South Wales Government is out consulting with communities on 2 projects, Menindee Lakes and Yanco Creek, and they are looking at what could be done to rescope those projects for delivery by 30 June 2024. At this stage, we haven't received any written or formal updates from New South Wales. We were hopeful that we might receive some over the last few weeks, but as you might be aware, there's a new minister in the New South Wales Cabinet who's also coming up to speed with the community issues associated with those projects. So I would say at this point in time we are eminently awaiting an update from New South Wales on the outcomes of the consultation on the potential rescope of both the Menindee Lakes and the Yanco Creek projects.
Right, so
I would point out
in
that
sort of common parlance, still flying blind on these 2 big projects because of the tardiness of the New South Wales government.
no, the Australian government has funded New South Wales to undertake community engagement and further develop the proposal. So as you'd be aware from your trips out to the area, it's critical that they bring stakeholders along and engage them in terms of potential options for the rescoped Menindee project. And I understand New South Wales is doing that in the context of a broader suite of projects which will have potentially have some significant environmental benefits in the Western Division, and I think it's known as the
Better Barker.
And I'll come to that in a minute, if I can, but I just would like to have perhaps on notice from you an understanding of what that consultation actually looks like, because I've heard plenty of talk about community engagement. I'm not always sure that it's accessible to everybody, or that it's done in a way that is timely or is not already seeking to achieve what it's already set up for itself rather than listening to the community. So I'd be keen to know if you could provide on notice where that consultation is occurring, how it's occurring. Are you aware of that from the New South Wales Government, or you're part of it?
Well, it's obviously an issue for the New South Wales Government to provide that information and detail, but the Department and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder receive regular updates. We're involved in working committees to progress those projects, and I think New South Wales probably has information available on their website, but in terms of the actual detail of the consultation, that's a matter for New South Wales.
Right, any information you could provide in terms of these regular updates that you're getting would be much appreciated. Has the New South Wales Government informed the Department of how many gigalitres the new iteration of the Menindee Lakes project will recover?
No, not at this stage, Senator.
Okay. Has the Department been informed by the New South Wales Government on how it will bridge any gap in the 106 gigalitre it originally intended to recover from Menindee, and what it will actually recover?
No, Senator.
So there's no detail. We're still in discussions and awaiting information from a government that said they wanted to push it out to 2026. That's the last we've really heard that's official.
I think there's been some significant detailed option development looking at specific components of the Menindee Lakes project. It's a quite complex project, as you'd appreciate, with a number of components in relation to upgrading infrastructure, looking at rules, and a range of other measures. Did you want to add anything further?
No, it also has community and First Nations interests at the heart of it. As you could appreciate, any works on ground out around those lakes is going to more than likely disturb cultural heritage. So it's really important that that engagement is done in a appropriate manner.
Thank you. The Better Barker and Better Bidgie initiatives were announced at the end of last year. Now, those two programs, I'm advised, are reportedly going to recover 20 to 30 gigalitres. Is that your understanding?
We've not received a proposal in terms of the rescoped Menindee project at this point in time.
Okay,
but our understanding is it's unlikely to reach the I think originally it was proposed to reach about 100, 105 gigalitres.
105. Okay, so are you sure that that's the number? Because I'm advised that the original commitment for recovery was 130 gigalitres?
It's 106.
106.
And that was associated with the evaporative saving that was to be transferred to entitlement, which the New South Wales and Victorian government were committed to.
All right, so we're all agreed that it's 106 gigalitres that was intended to be recovered.
Yeah. And I would just note that obviously one of the other significant challenges that state governments have had over the last 18 months is dealing with the impacts of COVID-19 and the ability to get out on the ground. And so some of those, I think in particular the Wilcannia community was quite negatively impacted recently, which hampered stakeholder engagement with Indigenous communities in particular.
Right. But nonetheless, they made the announcement about the Barker and the Better Bidgie initiatives, and the community feedback that I have is that it's about 20 to 30 gigalitres instead of 106 gigalitres that is being discussed. Is that your understanding of what's being discussed out there?
Our understanding is that it's a project that is unlikely to deliver the 405, but we're yet to receive an application a proposal for a rescoped project.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I think one of the
accept
things
that because it's not formalised yet, but these discussions are live in the community, and I'm sure that you're very aware of them, where they're able to occur. So what's being advised to me is that it's 20 to 30 gigalitres that is being considered. Is that your understanding too?
So our understanding is it's unlikely to be in the ballpark of 105. There was discussion around 30 gigalitres, but New South Wales is looking at a whole suite of projects. So I think one of the things they're looking at is whether there are any other aspects of the Better Barker program that might contribute to the 105 target. So at this point in time, we are encouraging them to continue with stakeholder engagement but lodge a proposal as soon as possible for us to look at funding.
So we know from New South Wales behaviour so far that they've dismissed their water minister. They put in a new water minister who's on training wheels, and there's project delay because they're getting up to speed. We know that they said that they weren't going to make 24 and they wanted to push it out to 26. We know that instead of the 106 gigalitres that was supposed to be recovered, that the community is now talking about a figure of 30 gigalitres. And we know also from a question I asked a little earlier that we're not going to get a real idea about what's going on until possibly August. Is that correct?
So I think you're referring to Mr Reynolds' statement about water resource plans, which is a separate matter.
Yeah. So when do you expect we'll find out what's going on?
As Dr Durham said, we're anticipating a proposal from New South Wales very shortly, but I will just point out that this is one of 36 projects that
and
are
look,
all designed
I
to
think I
deliver
said
the
last time, I
605.
acknowledge you've got 75% of the job done, but often it's the hardest part that you need to get home, and this is problematic, and that's why we discuss it all of the time. So what's going on in Menindee matters, because it was a pretty big chunk, 106 gigalitres. It's now being actively considered and discussed in the community that will only recover 20 to 30 gigalitres.
And New South Wales is actively looking at whether there are additional elements of the Better Barker that could contribute as well. And I guess I'd note on the other side of the ledger, we're anticipating that some of the other 36 supply and constraint measures will deliver more than initially proposed. So unders and overs, and we're working with states to accelerate projects where we can.
So for the purposes of this committee, Ms Connell, if you have information about how you think you can stitch up the process to meet the declared amounts, I'd be really interested to see where you are with where you're going to find this water.
So as Dr Durham said, we provide a progress report that's published on our website, and in terms of achieving the 605, that's a process that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority goes through, known as the reconciliation process in 2024.
I don't doubt for a minute your efforts in this area, and I understand the scale of the problem that you're trying to confront, but I'm not heartened by words "we might" and "we hope," because what we're confronting now is essentially, projects that are considered quite independent. Two of the largest projects essentially falling over. What's the impact for the remaining projects?
Senator O'Neill. Sorry. Minister.
Just, we need to be a little careful with our language. Falling over, I think, is a very provocative term and completely does not describe the work that is being done around the projects that you're discussing at the moment, Senator O'Neill.
Look, and I understand why you want to be careful because, this is a real thing that impacts people all along the river, all the economies along the river, all the social health and wellbeing, all the Indigenous heritage and understandings of the river. It matters. But it also matters that we get the truth. And New South Wales have been playing ducks and drakes with the federal government, and the federal government doesn't seem to be able to answer the questions about what's going on. And we need to be reassured that the 2024 date is actually plausible. Not that, we might get there or that we hope that it will happen. And Ms Connell is not responsible for the New South Wales government, but I'm trying to get the facts on the record. With the failure of the Menindee plan, where's the gap going to be made up?
Senator O'Neill, we're coming to the end of time. Are you okay if that's your last
yes,
question
I'll come
for this
to.
block?
I've got more questions. I'll come back to.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, there, as I said earlier, when we embarked on implementation of the Murray-Darling Community Investment Project, dates were significantly delayed, but we now have arrangements in place across quite a few fronts in terms of delivering on the 605. So I'll get Dr Durham to walk you through.
Thank you. That would
progress.
be really helpful to,
Yes.
because when one falls, it doesn't mean that nothing else can occur. But I want to see an overview of, is this possible? What is the path to possible delivery?
Dr Durham can provide an update on constraints and the accelerated projects.
Yeah, so we've focused a little bit on one of the 6 projects that are at risk. As we've discussed, they're currently being rescoped. The constraint projects are the other 5 of the 36 that we are needing to make sure can be progressed and delivered on time. So there was the announcement last year, $330 million, part of which was contributing towards fast-tracking elements of the New South Wales Yarrawonga to Warkul constraint project in the mid-Murray Anna Branch and the Koondrook Paracuda reaches of that project. So they're on ground, working with the landholders, riparian landholders, and delivering constraints measures on those properties as we speak. That will set New South Wales up in terms of how they roll their reconnecting their floodplains project with all of their other riparian landholders as part of the constraints program. So I believe New South Wales is on a very good trajectory to moving towards delivery of their full suite of their constraints projects. We've recently worked with South Australia to finalise the fast-tracking phase of the next step of the South Australian constraint project. I think there's an announcement imminent on that and the next funding stage associated with that. And then that leaves us with the Victorian constraints program. And they've had, there's been more delays on the Victorian side of the constraints project. We've been actively working with the Victorian officials to identify opportunities that will help facilitate their community consultation, which is paramount for the Victorian government in terms of the way that they're delivering their constraints program. We continue to seek and participate in updated project delivery governance briefings. They've just stood up a specific project team who are now working to fast track and identify opportunities to expedite the Victorian constraints program. I think there's still a fair level of risk associated with the Victorian constraints program at this stage, but we are continuing to work with officials to identify how we get that one back on track as well.
And just in terms of you requested some other detail about New South Wales progress. So the government's entered into a funding agreement to accelerate 5 of the New South Wales projects, and just to give a bit more specific context about what they involve. So we provide funding for New South Wales for the Koondrook Paracuda project, which will deliver 6 kilometres of levee bank, remove
Sorry,
and replace.
Ms Connell, I really appreciate the information, but I'm actually having trouble hearing you. So
apologies.
Maybe we might get a bit more volume on
I'll sit closer to the microphone. One of our areas of focus has been trying to accelerate work in New South Wales. So the government entered into a funding agreement with the New South Wales government, I think in October last year, to accelerate 5 of their sustainable diversion limit adjustments.
And what's the quantum of that?
So that's $330 million.
That's the 330, yep.
Yeah, so there are 5 programs of work under that funding agreement. One is the Koondrook Paracuda project, which will remove and replace bridges, remove and replace and widen banks, and upgrade 3 regulators in that important forest area. And in New South Wales, I saw a couple of weeks ago, is out on the ground seeking local engineers and landscape people and other project managers in that community. So they that one is kicked off and underway.
And just before we move off that, in terms of gigalitre recovery, what's expected?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
That's kind of the critical.
It's a constraints project. It's not a water recovery project.
No, it isn't. But the whole thing's interconnected.
For the 5,
Yep.
associated with the $330 million. We're anticipating that the collective benefits in the order of 45 gigalitres of the 605. But that's very rough estimates.
Thank you very much. And Chair, if we could just get the last four of those, that clean
Yeah.
rounds out this. Thanks.
Would you like me to?
Yep, thank you.
So the Murray-Anna Branches project will deliver 44 low-level crossings that will be removed. 31 farm machinery bridges will be constructed. There'll be, I think, 8 low-level rock crossings constructed, 112 fence crossings, 117 kilometres of access tracks, and the removal of some regulators and block banks. The third program of works is in the Locks 8 and 9 region, which will see the installation of 3 fishways, 4 regulators, 3 bridges, as well as the upgrading of access tracks. The fourth project is the Murray and Murrumbidgee National Parks project, which will see the installation of 17 new regulators. 2 existing ones will be refurbished. There will be new fishways installed and upgrading of access tracks, pipelines and a range of other earthworks to improve the ability to get water through that area for significant environmental benefits. And then the fifth project that was funded under that agreement is the Yanco Creek modernisation project, which will see the installation of 4 re-regulation weirs, 7 hydrographic stations, 20 gates and flow structures, 10 fishways, and will also improve access for a range of landholders in that region.
Thank you, Ms Connell.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator O'Neill. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I have questions for the authority, please. Thank you, Mr Reynolds. Mr Reynolds, we heard earlier in questioning from Senator McLaughlin raising concerns about the floodplain harvesting and where that's at with regards to the water resource plans, and we know any changes of rules that occur in the basin need to be reassessed by the MDBA. Can I just firstly clarify, it was my understanding that New South Wales got their water resource plans in, they were assessed in a first round and now it's not that New South Wales have not ever submitted anything, it's that it's still going through the assessment process and in the back and forward stage. Is that correct?
That's correct. New South Wales submitted all 20 of their water resource plans and then subsequently withdrew them because in the MDBA's assessment there were a range of issues that meant that they weren't consistent with the basin plan. New South Wales has now withdrawn them to address those issues and will progressively resubmit them.
And some of those issues were as minor as drafting errors and some other issues were questions about...
That's correct. So there were some minor issues of referencing and those sorts of things. There were also some policy and technical issues that are more substantial that need to be addressed.
Yesterday, an article came out via the ABC about South Australia proposing to change their carryover rules. Proposed changes to the River Murray Water Allocation Plan so that there will be no forfeiture of water between years, no automatic rollover of allocations to the next year if they're above 50%, and potentially allowing, to quote the irrigator quoted, when we have a wet winter and we hit full allocations, we won't lose water that we've carried over. So have those changes been put to the MDBA for assessment?
Not that I'm aware of. I could check with my colleagues, but I don't believe that they've been brought forward.
It is fair to say that changes to carryover rules leads to potentially a change in irrigator behaviour, timing of water access and also has an implication for water storage?
Potentially that's correct, yes.
So would you expect to see such a change put before you, before it's actually implemented?
So in terms of water resource plans, there is a process whereby the states can bring forward water resource plans for amendment and reaccreditation. Changes like that I would expect would be brought forward in that way. We're not aware of those proposed changes in detail at all. I haven't seen the article that you're quoting from there.
I'm happy to table, I'll send the link through to the Secretariat. I'll table the article so everyone can have a read of it. And I must say it's also news to me. It's the first that I saw of it, but it did raise concerns because my understanding of South Australia's access to storage space is that when South Australia retains water in the storages, it is then the first to spill, so it does not impact on New South Wales or Victoria storages and water rules. So just in what I've read, I am concerned of the implications, and I would very much encourage the MDBA to have a thorough look and a review of that. Moving on to my next line of questioning. In June 2020, the Murray-Darling Basin Ministerial Council agreed to commission a feasibility study to explore the options to optimise the capacity of the Barmah Choke. Not increase, but optimise the management of water around there. Can you give us an update as to where that study is at?
Yep, so we've continued to work on that in conjunction with state agencies that have a role in that as well. The focus of our efforts have been mainly around assessing the sand slug, or the deposition of sand in the choke, because that really sets the context for the problem that we're trying to solve here. We need to understand whether or not we'll continue to lose capacity through the choke. So certainly that has been a key element of the work that we've been doing. We've also been looking at changes in water use patterns and trends to examine how we might need to move water through the system in the future. Equally, that's really important context for understanding what any options of reconfiguring infrastructure around the choke might need to accommodate. So we've been working through those issues. We've had a range of community and stakeholder engagement activities, some virtual, some in person, where we've been able to do that face to face. That's been happening over several months. So that work continues on. We anticipate being able to report on that feasibility study at the end of this calendar year. And we continue with that work.
At the end of this calendar year?
Yeah, we'll report on the outcomes of the
If
feasibility.
my memory serves me correctly, there was, back in 2010, I think it was delivered in 2012, a massive Barmah Choke study that looked at about 7 different options of that area. In 2020 was the first time a report was released outlining the sand slug. So this is not new stuff. This is not starting from a blank page, but we're now 2 years down the track and we still haven't got an options paper or a overview of what options might be considered. I'm getting a lot of pushback from people in my community who are saying that we are not doing anything about what their very legitimate concerns are about the degradation of the choke. And you're saying we've got to wait still another 6 to 8 months.
Well, I think it's fair to say it's a particularly complex part of the world. The work that was done back in 2010 was really looking at very different problems. It was really looking around how managing bulk transfers and alleviating unseasonal flooding of the Barmah forest could be managed. We're now looking at different issues, really managing shortfall risks through the summer period. So a lot of the work that was done then, while it is informative to the current study, it's not directly relatable to it. Understanding, as I said, the movement of sand and deposition of sand through the choke is really critical to understanding what interventions might be required for that. We have explored some of the options that might be available, so in terms of the basic concepts, including looking at how modifications to Murray Irrigation system might be, and we've commenced dialogue with Murray Irrigation about how they might contribute to that study as well, given their knowledge of their own system. Importantly, we need to understand the impacts on the receiving waterways, the natural waterways downstream of the Murray Irrigation system, so we've commenced work looking at that. We're engaging with the Victorian agencies, particularly Goulburn Murray Water, on options around how water might be bypassed around the choke on the Victorian side. That would appear to be a much larger and more complicated project. That option, face value, might be more difficult to progress, but certainly examining that. So we have got work underway to explore the range of options that could be available to us, and we've commenced consultation with the key stakeholders to shape those. That ultimately will come out as a broader options paper for discussion with broader communities. We've also had conversations with First Nations people, who obviously that part of the world is culturally very sensitive. So I think there is information available to a breadth of people within the community about the work that we've been doing.
It's probably worth mentioning that the agreement at Ministerial Council, my understanding, was a separate project to the sand slug. I don't think they're the same thing.
That's correct. It is a separate project, but understanding the sand is in effect is a key input into the study about what the solution may be.
I'll cede the rest of my time to Senator Mirabella for this block.
Thank you. That gives you a few minutes. What are we up to?
Okay, a voice of Victoria.
Thank you. Yes, welcome. Welcome to the Federation, Victoria.
Thank you.
They're generally pretty good, the Victorians.
Okay.
We are, aren't we?
With water generally.
Yes, considering how much we send downstream.
Another
I might just
for the Labor Party, Rex?
I might work in reverse. You've just mentioned. So these questions are in no particular order, but you've just mentioned looking at some workarounds at the Barmah Choke. Are you referring to having a look at the Big Buffalo proposal? Is that one of them?
No. The Big Buffalo proposal is about expanding the existing Buffalo Dam.
Yeah, it is. But I know that there's a part of that proposal, or one of the ones I've seen, is to put a pipeline through onto the Broken system into the Goulburn system. Are you across that one?
I know that was part of that original proposal.
But you haven't looked at it?
No, not as part of this work.
Okay. And just while on the subject of the choke, are you able to, and I understand this might be one on notice, give me a number on the total volume of overbank transfers at the choke in, say, the last year?
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice. I'll get that.
And how much loss in that exercise would be considered a conveyance loss? And I'd also be interested if you could provide the last 3 years of conveyance and transmission losses across the basin as well.
So can I just...
Yep.
When you say across the basin, do you mean in the Murray system?
We'll say the Murray system.
Yeah.
Going back to if it's the case that there is a new focus on urban and industrial usage, a couple of questions spring to mind. I would presume that the largest urban user of water out of the basin is Adelaide. Is that right?
I would imagine that would be the largest diversion from the Murray system. Yeah, I would think so. That'd be correct.
Well, when you say the Murray system,
so in the northern basin, all of the northern basin rivers, the use of water from those rivers is not something the MDBA directly manages. So the Murray system is the component that we operate, I guess, and so when we talk about conveyance losses and those sorts of things, typically we discuss that in terms of the Murray system. If you were interested in those details from the northern basin, then I'd have to get information from state authorities around that.
Senator, ACT is probably a significant urban area.
It's difficult to get that information.
right?
The New South Wales government.
All right, but it's still the case that Adelaide would be the largest urban user of the system below Wentworth. Okay, but Adelaide's not in the basin, is it?
No. So Adelaide diverts its water from the Murray. South Australia has an entitlement to a share of the Murray resource. And
Yeah, but if we're looking at, I understand all that, and I think my recollection is about 85% of Adelaide's water is pumped out of the Murray, or out of the system. What are there projections of what Adelaide's usage will be over coming years, whether there's savings to be had? Is that something that's been looked at?
So certainly, I'm sure the South Australian government would be water planning for security for Adelaide. I think some of the efficiency measures, and I might defer to my departmental colleague, have examined water savings projects in the urban setting in South Australia as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we're talking to the South Australian government around a number of potential urban projects, but in terms of water security for Adelaide, that would be a key focus of the main utility in that state, responsible for management, delivery of water and wastewater services.
Just an interesting question arises that if in future there are water saving projects, measures occurring in Adelaide,
they would have to return entitlements. They'd have to return basin entitlements that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder could utilise.
Okay. The largest industrial user, I'm guessing, is also in South Australia, which would be Whyalla. Is that right?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, because I know I followed with interest a couple of years ago the opening of the desalination plant at Whyalla. I found it at the time very hard to get any hard data. No, you're shaking your head?
I'm not sure there is a desalination plant at Whyalla.
What am I thinking of?
There is a proposal.
It's a proposal. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Accept that.
There's a water sort of treatment plant in Whyalla, but there's no desal plant. But there has been talk about supplying water to the Eyre Peninsula, and in fact I wrote to the government asking them to contribute to that because it could save water from the Murray.
Okay. I stand corrected, but I also recall finding it very hard to get any information about how much water the Whyalla Steel Plant actually uses. Is that publicly available?
We'd have to take that one on notice,
Okay,
Senator.
I'll leave that one with you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator.
Sorry?
Mr Reynolds.
What was the song?
Senator, you inquired about the conveyance losses. I do have those numbers here. So for the 2018-19 year, the conveyance in the River Murray system upstream of the South Australian border was 930 gigalitres. In 2019-20, it was 800 gigalitres, and in 2020-21, it was 706 gigalitres. We're now regularly reporting those numbers in our summary of river operations that we produce at the end of each water year.
Chair, I'm not sure where Senator Mirabella was going there, but can I withdraw my comment about Victoria that I made at the start?
I was going to say, I was getting very worried.
All right, thank you. Senator Roberts, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here. Mr Taylor. Hi. I'd like to reference an exchange we had at the previous estimates regarding Menindee Lakes. I'll quote from the Hansard. I said, so Menindee Lakes is a vital component of the Murray-Darling Basin plan. You said, it's a vital component of our environmental management of the system. And then I said, and it'll stay there. And you said, and we're actually getting those golden perch out of that system, connected through the Great Darling Outer Branch, down into the Murray and distributing those fish. They become a callop, as they're called in South Australia, and they travel thousands of kilometres over their life. So this is a critical part of what we're doing. So, of course, that was not an answer to my question. You dodged my question, so let me try again. Will the Murray-Darling Basin Authority keep the Menindee Lakes as an environmentally important wetland, having the same area as it currently has, and including water storage with the current capacity, with the level, of course, being decided by basin inflows? This is Queensland water, and we'd like to see it used properly.
Thank you, Senator. not sure that I'm in a position to answer on behalf of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority in terms of future plans and management. And I think the other thing is that the Menindee system is a jointly managed lake and water resource, and it's jointly managed between New South Wales, the Commonwealth, South Australia and Victoria. So I'm not in a position to talk about
Is there anyone from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority who could answer that question?
Mr Reynolds?
Will Menindee stay as it is? Vital part of the environment.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. So, as was discussed earlier, New South Wales is scoping or rescoping the Menindee project, now called the Better Barker project. That anticipates changes to the Menindee infrastructure and the operating rules for it. As departmental colleagues explained earlier, we are yet to have a scope of that project brought forward by the New South Wales Government. So I can't give you the assurance that you've asked for, because that rescope project will inevitably change arrangements at Menindee Lakes.
Inevitably.
I think the proposal for the project is to look at how things can be done differently. If the project proceeds, then I think the circumstances at Menindee will be different to what they've been in the past.
So you can't give
The area will continue to be subject to water resource plans and water sharing plans, which will contain requirements in relation to environmental measures and environmental outcomes.
Absolutely. So the project, in terms of its development, will have to consider environmental impacts, benefits that could be achieved ultimately. But until we see that scope of the works, I can't advise on what the changes to the Menindee arrangements would be.
So, setting aside the sustainable diversion limit acquisitions currently underway, how much water is still required to complete the sustainable diversion limit acquisitions? I'd like a figure. And also, secondly, how much is required to complete upwater acquisition, the baseline diversion limits?
So, Senator, we addressed some of those questions this morning. The 605 Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Measure program is made up of about 36 projects, for which a target recovery or gigalitre component was identified when those projects were conceived. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority will go through a process we refer to as reconciliation in the lead up to the 1st of July 2024, and I'll let Mr Reynolds talk you through that.
Okay.
And earlier this morning we provided an update on progress towards the 450 in terms of current entitlement holdings that are with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, projects that are contracted, and projects that we are in discussions with states over.
Are you going to?
So in terms of the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism reconciliation process, the authority is required to take a decision in December 2023 as to whether or not a reconciliation is required. That decision can't be taken earlier than that, because states are able to advise notifications to modifications to their projects up until that point in time. So we won't have clarity about what the package of works looks like until that point in time. If, on the basis of our understanding of the projects, their progress and the condition they're likely to be in June 2024, the authority determines that the adjustment amount is likely to be different than what was determined in the original decision, then we'll undertake a reconciliation. So we'll assess the projects as they are notified at the end of December 2023, and we'll make an assessment of the volume of water or the offset that they actually will achieve at that point in time.
You have a document, I think it's from your website, Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Progress on Water Recovery. It's from your website.
Okay.
It says Summary of Surface Water Recovery Progress. Following the amendments, it includes, second bullet point, following the amendments to the Basin Plan, the overall target for water recovery is 2075 gigalitres per year, plus 450 gigalitres per year of efficiency measures by 2024. So that's 25 in total. And then down on page 3 of that website page, it says total water recovery still required is just 46 gigalitres.
So I think that's
We addressed those figures earlier this morning as well. So the gap bridging target under the basin plan is 2,075 gigalitres, 2,100, and I think 5 gigalitres have actually been recovered and are held by way of entitlements with the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. So 98% of the target has been reached, but there remains about 46 gigalitres across the basin that needs to be recovered from different water resource plan areas.
Okay. The other comment, Mr Reynolds has already covered, so thank you for that. Moving on. So what is the baseline diversion limits, just before I move on? How much water is still required to complete that, the up water?
So I guess there are 3 overall programs. There's the water recovery target of 2,075 gigalitres, so there's 46 gigalitres still to go there. Then the 450, what is known as Upwater program, which I referred to earlier in terms of what's been delivered, what's contracted, discussions we're having with states. And then the third program is the 605 Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism program, and Mr Reynolds which Mr Reynolds was discussing in terms of the reconciliation process that happens in 2024 in terms of there are 36 projects which go to make up that program of work that South Australia, Victoria and New South Wales have to deliver, and the authority will look at that program of works at the end of next year to determine whether a reconciliation needs to happen to identify whether the 605 will be met or what component of it will be met.
So as I've discussed with Mr Glyde before and Mr Reynolds and also the previous Water Commissioner, it's a very complex issue, isn't it? The whole thing, very complex with many variables and a lot of variation.
There are some key major complex areas of work. The Basin Plan is a significant water reform, and there are some complex components, as you'd expect, in a system, I think, where there are 20 surface water areas and about 13 groundwater systems.
And then we've got naturally variable climate, and the north varies considerably in a different way from the south. So I'll just raise that for the future. Turning to the southeast drains SDL acquisition, Mr Reynolds, a reminder of your answer in the last estimates, quote, the water from the southeast drains has been put forward by the South Australian Government as an SDL adjustment mechanism project. The water that comes from the southeast drains into the southern lagoon will be accounted for through that process, meaning it will be counted as SDL. How much water is the Murray-Darling Basin Authority counting against the remaining SDL target for the southeast drains restoration flow?
As we've explained previously, the assignment of individual volumes to projects in terms of the adjustment mechanism can only be an estimate because the whole package of projects is modelled as a whole and they interact with one another. We do have made estimates, a broad range, a range against individual projects, and I'll just see if I can get the number for that particular project. I don't think I have it in my papers here. I'll have to get someone to provide that to me, but I'll provide it this morning.
I'd be very interested to see that number. I'm wondering if we've just found some more water.
Well, the Southeast Drains project is part of the adjustment mechanism, so it's been accounted for.
It's my view that this is a significant unaccountable flow or hasn't been to date, and may provide a substantial part of the remaining SDL acquisition that can both take the pressure off farmers elsewhere in the basin while restoring the amazing Coorong wetland and moderating extreme salination in Lake Albert by flushing from the southeast not from the northwest. I mean, actually from the northwest is not really flushing. Have you modelled the southeast inflows? I think the answer was no at the last Senate estimates in October. Have you modelled the southeast inflows, both aquifer and surface flow? How much water is available? How much can be redirected? And this is really important, without interfering with agricultural production.
So we haven't modelled that directly. South Australian Government manages that part of the system, and we have consulted with them about the volumes. There's not a direct estimate of the total flow from the southeast drains, including through the groundwater systems into the Coorong, available. The operation of the southeast drains does provide water back to the southern lagoon in the Coorong, and that scheme has been developed and the operating rules have been developed to achieve that. There are requirements to manage the flows through the southeast drains. It is drainage from agricultural land. It does carry a nutrient load. There are particular management challenges with that water. So part of the southeast drainage scheme passes water through wetlands and the like to move nutrient loads from that water before it enters the Coorong. If that's not done, then there are ecological impacts, undesirable ecological impacts in the Coorong itself, and so that limits somewhat the volume of water that comes from the southeast drains. But yeah, the South Australian Government is continuing to work through those issues.
So as I understand it, the drains are made by humans. They're not natural. And they take off a significant quantity of water.
Yeah, so the
ocean.
area that's been drained naturally was a very low-lying, marshy area, and water tended to lie in that area, and some of it would have just seeped through groundwater through groundwater systems to the sea. Some of it would have made its way to the Coorong. The drains are man-made structures that have taken water from that area and dried it out and made it more productive as an agricultural area.
I've been there and seen those drains. They're definitely man-made. There's a belief that there's a significant amount of water to be recaptured and sent to the Coorong.
And water is being captured through that system and does flow to the Coorong. I think from memory, it's in the order of 26 gigalitres on average. Obviously would change with seasonal conditions. Wet years it'll be more, drier years it would be less, but it's of that order.
So my understanding is there's a lot more water to be captured than that.
Well, I think the South Australian Government clearly has got an interest in trying to improve the health of the Coorong. They've undertaken an enormous amount of work in that region to do that. I'm sure they're examining whether or not it would be beneficial to take more water from that region if it's possible to do so for that purpose.
So the Coorong problem has been man-made, and not by the rest of the basin, but by diversion of water that used to go through the Coorong straight to the ocean.
Well, I think some of the challenges...
I'm not being critical, because in those days they were just trying to look after their narrow scope. So, but that's something to return the environment to its natural state would require a lot of water to go back into the Coorong and keep it clean.
So there's obviously significant volumes of water diverted from the basin, which has reduced the volume of water that reaches the end of the system, particularly coming down the Murray. Part of the basin plan is part of the challenge is to address some of those issues, to get back to the natural balance of what happened in the Coorong before river regulation would require all of the water that's subsequently been diverted to be returned to the environment. No one is proposing to do that. We're looking for alternative solutions and alternative balances.
So shouldn't that southeast portion be counted as being part of the basin? Because you just said water is diverted from the basin, but it's not included in the basin just yet.
I'm sorry, when I said that I meant water is diverted from upstream in the basin from right across the basin. Yeah, very significant volumes are.
And this water is going straight to the ocean and doing damage by not going through the Coorong.
So I think the benefits that can be provided to the Coorong from diverting some water from the southeast drains are being realised through the project that's been implemented. I'm sure the South Australian Government and others will continue to examine where additional benefits might be able to be accrued. There is significant money from the Commonwealth Government has gone to the Goyder Institute to, I think it's $8 million has been committed. I think it's 8. Has been committed to examine options around how the Coorong Lower Lakes and the Murray Mouth, other interventions that might be possible. That could include activities within the Southeast Drain system, although that has been explored fairly extensively already.
It's very complex. It made even more complicated by the politics involved at state and federal level, so we'll end it there for now. Lock Zero in the...
Patrick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you make this your last question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lock Zero in the last estimates...
I'm sorry, Senator Roberts. But we knew what was going on.
Anything alike.
They don't. They don't.
I don't know who you're insulting the most. So that was my last question. I've got...
Make this your last question.
Thank you. Simple one, this one.
Senator Roberts.
Lock Zero, in the last estimates, you spoke about engineering challenges and other issues, and also used the phrase, Lock Zero, quote, Lock Zero was examined in some detail. If salt water is used in the lower lakes to protect against sulphur emissions, and that would be a 1 in 100-year type drought, it's an absolute last resort, then suddenly we will be wishing we'd built Lock Zero, wouldn't we? Doesn't the Murray-Darling Basin Authority or the department have documentation on Lock Zero, which, quote, examined in some detail, would suggest exists? It seems like a significant project not to have some form of formal process underway.
So during the Millennium Drought, Lock Zero was considered as whether or not it would be an arrangement that would help protect the lower lakes. Part of that was looking at what flow would be required past Lock Zero to ensure that the lower lakes retained their ecological character. There is significant concern that if the flow of fresh water to the lower lakes was terminated and just allowed seawater into the lower lakes, that would progressively concentrate through evaporation and become hypersaline. And so the lower lakes would not be a natural estuary or a...
Well, it's not natural at the moment with the barrages.
No, but the lower lakes naturally would have had a much larger volume of fresh water flowing to the lower lakes, to the end of the system. We take a lot of water out upstream for irrigation and other productive purposes. And so that natural balance of mixing of fresh and salt water at the lower lakes cannot be reinstated unless there's a lot more water coming down the river system. Building Lock Zero does not alleviate that issue.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. I've got some more questions that I'd like to have another go.
Thanks, Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
Just while we're having a break in proceedings, can I just request approval from the committee that we table the news article Senator Davey spoke about? Thank you. All right, that gives us another 6 minutes. Would you like to start, or should we have an early break?
I think what I wish to do can be done in 6 minutes.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
As long as we can come back, after. Okay, great. So the Water Act at 86 AJ requires 2 independent reviews into the Water for the Environment Special Account. Obviously, we've had the first review, and the Act requires that the second review be provided to the Minister by the 30th of September 2021. Did that happen?
Senator, as we advised the committee, I think at the last hearing in October, there was a delay with the commencement of that review, in part to ensure that the independent panel could look at the most recent and quite significant change to the program to deliver the 450, so the off-farm efficiency program. So the report that you refer to was provided by the independent panel to the Minister at the end of last year.
What date was it provided?
I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I think it was towards the end of December, the 20th of December.
The 20th of December. Has it been tabled?
I think further down in the provision you refer to, the Act requires the Minister to table the report within 15 sitting days of receiving the report. So it hasn't yet been tabled.
Right. I mean, had the government been in compliance with their legislative obligations, as set out in the Act, the Minister would have had to table that report on the 1st of December. That's correct, isn't it? I mean, you're in breach of the legislation at this point.
So I'd have to take that on notice in terms of how the 15 sitting days run from that date. But
Minister, I mean, you're in breach of the Act at the moment, are you not?
Well, Senator, I don't have the Act in front of me, but I do understand that there was a delay in the commencement of the Weezer review. I understand that subsequent to that, the review has been completed. In terms of the statutory requirements, obviously I need to have a look at the Act, but you know, I think the officials have conceded that the review did start late and was delivered late.
So, had you complied with the initial obligation, which was to commence a review with sufficient time for the report to be provided by the Minister on the 30th of September, 15 days would have elapsed a long time ago and the report would be in the public domain. That's correct.
Well, as I don't know how many sitting days there were last year post the 30th of September, but you know the officials have acknowledged, Senator, that it was late starting, it was late being received, and the Minister's requirement to table it within 15 days of receipt of that report, that obviously he will comply with. I'm afraid I don't have any more details in relation to the timing and the issues that related to the delay in the
I mean, your government has scheduled an extraordinary small number of sitting days in 2022, something that's been widely remarked upon. Why can't the Minister simply table the report? Why do you have to run the clock out on the 15 days, given that you are already in breach of the obligations under the Act?
Well, Senator, I mean, I don't agree with the inference and the statements that you've made in relation to what has been happening. The Minister clearly has an obligation to provide the report within 15 days of receipt of the report. My understanding is that there is absolutely no reason why he will not comply with that. And the report will be made public after he has had the opportunity to be able to review it. I mean, as you
well, it's had several months at this point.
Senator, I mean, I don't know whether you've you read the last Weezer report. I mean, it was pretty.
I did.
Pretty extensive.
Unlike many members of your government, I actually often take the time to read the reports that are provided by officials.
Can I just, as a point of clarification, is how on earth, Senator McAllister, would you know how many members of the government I'm a member of?
Because I so frequently ask members of your government questions about reports that have been provided to you and they can't answer basic questions about what's in them. But
Okay, well,
I've drawn my own conclusions, Minister.
Yes, you do draw your own conclusions, and so you probably shouldn't put those conclusions that are a matter of your opinion on the record as some form of fact. But as I said, the Minister will comply. I'm absolutely sure of that. I'm happy to get his confirmation. Unfortunately, I believe he's away because he's unwell. But there is no intention or attempt here to try and avoid providing this information. It is simply a process that needs to be gone through to make sure that it is absolutely thorough, and everybody who needs to have access and consider the information contained in that report is able to do so.
Well, Minister, the Act also requires that the Minister, once tabling the review, needs to ensure that the government's response to the report is tabled by the time the Treasurer presents the budget to the Parliament for the 2022-2023 financial year. Can we expect that the response to the report will be tabled by the time the Treasurer presents the budget?
Well, Senator, the one thing I can commit to is that the Minister will comply with those requirements.
Okay, well, he hasn't complied with Section 86AJ 6.
Well,
he hasn't complied with Section 86AJ 7, So I'm wondering whether he's going to comply with the third obligation, which is to table a response by the time the budget is presented.
Well, Senator, I think it's probably worth putting on the record who was in control of the certain actions that you're referring to.
That's a very good question. Who is in control?
Well, Senator, maybe if you would let me finish and not interject, you might learn something. The officials have advised why the report was, the start of the report commenced late, and hence the reason the report was delivered late. I'm not quite sure what you expected the Minister to do in relation to forcing an independent review to be undertaken. The Minister was not in control of that process. He obviously required that he got the fulsome report and review that he needed from that particular statutory requirement to undertake that review. The Minister became in control of the timelines and requirements of the Act when he received the report. And my understanding is that his absolute intention has always been, in everything he's done, is to comply with those requirements, which is the tabling of the report within the timeframe required and the necessary response within those statutory requirements.
So you'll commit here that the Minister will provide the government's response to the report by the time of the 2022-23 budget?
That is my understanding, Senator.
Thanks, Senator McAllister. Well, we're going to break now. We'll be back in 15 minutes, just slightly less, at 11:15. Thank you. All right, welcome back after the break, and we're back to you, Senator McAllister.
Thank you very much. I understand that while I was out of the room this morning, Senator Patrick asked some questions about the project list related to the 450 gigalitres, and an undertaking was given to update that. Can I just get an understanding about when in the day we should expect that material to be provided?
Senator, we'll endeavour to get that to you after lunch.
Okay. Look, it's about the fourth estimate session when we have requested this same material. I'm just going to put on notice that I would expect the next time we appear here that it is tabled as part of the opening statement. I think it is an ongoing source of interest for senators and for the Senate, and having an updated project list really should be just a core part of your contribution to this meeting.
Yes, Senator, and Dr Durham noted one thing we can do in the future is make sure that that list is maintained on our website and the currency of it maintained as well. So we undertake to do that as well.
Okay, that's a good idea. May I ask about the 605 gigalitres, and in particular just get an update about what is happening in relation to the Menindee Lakes. Is it the case that this is actually just trying to understand what the New South Wales Government is doing. Is it your understanding that the Better Barker and Better Bidgie projects now displace the Menindee project, or how do they relate to one another? Can someone explain it?
So it's a matter for New South Wales in terms of the detail of the broader range of programs, but my understanding is that New South Wales is looking to integrate a range of initiatives that they're undertaking in the Western Division, and the name of that program is called the Better Barker. So, and I think there is some information on their website around that program of work. So they're trying to integrate a number of initiatives, which is probably a sensible thing to do in terms of efficiency of expenditure. So look at requirements for water sharing plans, infrastructure upgrades. They're reviewing fishways. I think they've got a native fish rehabilitation strategy that makes up part of the component of the program. Yeah, so it's a range. Okay. It's a broad suite of projects.
Right. Yep. And I guess I'm trying to understand what their communication with you has been about that, because there's been so much uncertainty about these projects. I've seen the website and the list of matters that they have under each heading, Better Bidgie and Better Barker. Have they told you how many gigalitres this new iteration of the Menindee projects will recover?
So Senator O'Neill asked that question before the break.
Yep.
And yes, so we are yet to receive a rescoped project, but we understand the proposal they're looking at is less than the initial proposal in terms of water delivery. But as part of the Better Barker program, they're looking at whether there are additional measures or projects that can contribute to the 105 target.
So how much short of... Sorry, you may provide that information to Senator O'Neill.
I wanted to clarify, so I think this is a very good opportunity to sort of just check that. So we were talking about 106 and the reports coming from on the river that there's now going down to 30, which leaves us with 70, and then you indicated a 45 gigalitre recovery from the 5 projects that you outlined for me. So that would still leave 45 gigalitres missing. That's pretty crude figures, but is that basically where we are, Ms Connell?
So until we receive a rescoped project, I'd be reluctant to make any conclusive statement about what the Menindee project is likely to achieve.
Right, so your understanding is that it will fall short of the 106 gigalitres originally intended to be recovered from Menindee, but you don't have a quantitative assessment of by how much?
No.
Do you have a timeline for when you do expect to get such an assessment?
So Dr Durham advised the committee before the break that we're anticipating a rescoped project any time now.
Okay. On the off-farm efficiency financial support provided to Murrumbidgee Irrigation, will the 7.4 gigalitres associated with this project be recovered by the 2024 deadline?
That's a requirement of the legislation that projects funded from the Water for the Environment Special Account deliver those water savings by the 1st of July 2024.
Yes, I know that that's how the legislation, what the legislation requires, but so many things appear to be running behind time.
So we are currently developing the funding arrangement, so the contract with New South Wales, and a key term of that contract will be the requirement to deliver the water entitlements by that date.
And just to clarify, that'll be in a staged approach, so it won't be all at the end. It'll be at key milestone delivery points of that project over the subsequent years.
Beyond 2024?
No, sorry. We won't receive the full entitlement at the end of the project. We will start to receive entitlements handed over between now and the end of the delivery of that project by 2024.
It includes funding to upgrade 1,500 monitoring sites. Can you explain how upgrading monitoring sites recovers water for the environment?
So, Senator, that's about making sure that we've got appropriate metering and measurements at those locations. So it's about accuracy in the way that the water is accounted for. So it goes to improvements in accounting and how the water is moved through the system. So at the moment, having those types of improvements to the infrastructure will ensure that there's better accounting of the water in the system and that there's better handle on the water that's lost.
Is that consistent with the objective of applying these funds for recovering water for the environment, though? I fully accept that measurement and monitoring is an essential part of implementing the plan. I'm just interested in whether it recovers water for the environment.
Well, it is, because it goes to making sure the infrastructure is efficient in its operation, and that includes its accounting and measurements.
So what water recovery allocation, sort of quantum have you attached to the 1,500 monitoring sites, how much water will we recover for the environment from upgrading monitoring?
I can get you that number by lunch.
But I might just point out, Senator, that the requirements of the legislation are that projects are funded from the WESA. So there are two principal components. So you can only use WESA funding for projects which improve the water efficiency of the infrastructure. And the other key component of funding a project of that nature is that ultimately water entitlements are provided for the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. So there's not necessarily a requirement for the ultimate water recovery to come from specific elements. So there are two broad aspects to the way projects are funded.
I see. So you can... All right. It makes assessing value for money tricky, doesn't it, if you can bundle up almost anything into the project as long as there is some water recovery at the end?
We have... The program guidelines for the program are set out on the website. They make it quite clear that what the statutory requirements are, and they set out some additional criteria. And as part of assessing a project, we look at whether those requirements are met, and we also seek independent advice on the way the water savings, the methodology used to arrive at the water savings.
That's very interesting, although it doesn't really respond to my question, which was about value for money when a range of different project components can be incorporated and bundled within an allocation, irrespective of the extent to which they contribute to water savings.
Well, the key thing is that they improve the water efficiency of the infrastructure. So that's a key component of the assessment that we apply.
As part of this announcement, the Minister announced $5 million towards feasibility studies for additional off-farm efficiency projects across New South Wales. Are any other basin states receiving that funding?
Not at this stage. The Victorian Government has brought forward projects without seeking feasibility support, and we're actively assessing a couple of their proposals at the moment. And we continue to work collaboratively with South Australia. The $5 million is actually going to be really beneficial to some potentially large projects coming in from New South Wales that does need some additional financial support to get them into a state that would make them reasonable for assessment.
Yes, I can only imagine. What exact projects are going to be assessed as using this funding?
I can tell you at this stage there's a piece of work going on in the West Koorugarran, down in New South Wales on the Murray there. That's a large irrigation district. So that's one of the sites, and New South Wales is looking at the prospectus of several other sites at this stage as well.
So the Commonwealth hasn't stipulated an application of this funding towards any particular projects? You've just provided it to the New South Wales Government on the understanding that they'll do something?
Well, it's consistent with our updated prospective projects that have been tabled previously and that we're going to update you at lunchtime with as well. So those sites are, from New South Wales, are likely to be picked up and further developed as part of that $5 million feasibility. So we can identify those for you from that list.
When you say likely to, is it a condition of funding, or could the New South Wales Government hypothetically use it for anything that they wanted?
The intent of the funding is to be able to receive feasibility studies mid-year, because if we don't receive them mid-year, the chances of being able to have these projects fully assessed and implemented by 30 June 2024 becomes very tight. So it is stipulated in that schedule that we're developing with New South Wales for that $5 million. Some really tight timeframes and the prospective projects there.
Has the schedule been finalised? I'm trying to understand what the means of, what is the instrument by which you've agreed this with the New South Wales Government, and has it been concluded?
Yes, so we have an agreement in place with New South Wales which requires them to undertake feasibility projects in relation to 5 priority areas: the West Corrigan Private Irrigation District, the Moira Private Irrigation District, a project in the Murrumbidgee irrigation area, the Gemalong Irrigation District and the Trangie Cooperative area.
I see. And the 5 million may be used against any of those?
The 5 million is to undertake feasibility studies for those 5
For
areas.
each of them?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. That was the answer I was looking for. And you indicated, I think, Dr. Durham, I'm sorry, my eyesight's terrible, Dr. Derham. Dr. Derham, you indicated that you're expecting those feasibility studies to be completed?
Mid-year.
Mid-year, so June 30?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, that's it for my line of questioning.
Thank you. If we could share the call, Senator McAllister, and I'll come back to you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was going to go to chair around and come back to you.
Were we at the...
Well, that was 15 minutes and before. Yeah. Thank you.
I wasn't checking.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. I have some questions for the environmental water holder, please. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I've got a couple of lines of questioning for you, but I will keep it within my time limit, Chair. So,
thank you.
Firstly, Mr. Taylor, Terral Station was probably the first large-scale buyback to occur, which occurred very early in the stages before the Basin Plan was even drafted. And at the time, there was claims that about 30 gigalitres of water would be able to flow freely back into the Darling. I note that in 2019 we had quite a significant flow event on the Warrego River. Are you aware of how much water was able to flow down the lower Warrego and then into the Darling during that event?
Thanks, Senator. I can talk about our entitlements and how they were managed during that 2019 flow. There's other unregulated flows in New South Wales water that I'm not able to comment on so accurately. But for our water, in 2019-20 water year, there was about 24,500 odd megalitres of Commonwealth environmental water that was used to enhance flows out of the Warrego into the Darling, out of the Warrego into the Darling at that time. And then in 2020-21, there was a further 7,500 megalitres of water got out of there. And in those two flows, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder chose to direct all of our flows out of the Warrego into the Darling.
So the infrastructure on Terral Station, I understand, has not been removed. In fact, some of it has been upgraded. Who's in charge of operating that infrastructure?
So the property is under National Parks, New South Wales management, is my understanding. And I think that on a day-to-day management level, they're involved with the hands-on management of the infrastructure, as I understand it.
So I believe there has been a look at the operation of the station infrastructure, particularly during 2019 because of the excessively dry condition of the Darling. And you've just stated that all of your water you delivered to the Darling. I understand that some of the infrastructure on the station was closed so that instead of flowing down the river, the water was captured on station, within station infrastructure and within the dam. Do you have any indication of how much additional water may have flowed to the Darling if this infrastructure was not operated in such a way?
So My understanding was that the infrastructure that was in place at the time was pretty old pipe infrastructure that's in the process of being replaced as we speak. There's a construction site on Taral as we speak. And I think the limitations on that old infrastructure at the time caused about 5 gigalitres of water or 5,000 megalitres of water to be held up on Taral Station that otherwise may have been able to make it through to the Darling had that infrastructure been upgraded at that time.
And when we say it was held up, maybe let's not beat around the bush. If that farm was still operating as a productive farm instead of a national park, that would have been floodplain harvesting, would it not?
Well, I guess it's a case of, at the time, if it was being managed as an irrigation farm, the entitlements that we held, or by that time also may have been held by the property owner, and that water may have been extracted. So it's a bit of a hypothetical how much may have been held in Taral under those circumstances if it had been still an irrigation farm.
And maybe a question for the Inspector General later, but are you aware of whether national parks themselves have any water licences for that area?
So the New South Wales Government does have some licences, I think, associated with the Warrego, and I'm not sure whether they're held by national parks or the New South Wales Environmental Water Holder. That's a matter that probably needs to be clarified exactly with them. I can't answer on their behalf.
I will ask a bit later. Changing topics now, because not all infrastructure is bad infrastructure. In fact, some infrastructure is very good. I understand that you have agreements with irrigation infrastructure operators to utilise their infrastructure to help with environmental water management and delivery. Can you give us an overview of what those agreements are? But also, are you working with any of those infrastructure operators to identify ways to optimise the ability to achieve environmental outcomes in their footprints?
Okay. So there's a few different places where we have arrangements in place with irrigation corporations to deliver environmental water using their infrastructure. And in some of those cases, we have actually invested additional funds to enhance that delivery of environmental water using their infrastructure. In South Australia, for example, in the Renmark area, we've extended mains at the end of irrigation pipelines and put meters and things on so that we can deliver water directly onto floodplains there. That provides a benefit of revenue through the Irrigation Corp's books. We pay our fees and charges for delivery, but it's also a really efficient way for us to get water onto a floodplain that we couldn't otherwise get water onto without a high river. Similarly, in the mid-Murray area, in Murray Irrigation Limited's footprint, we're working with Murray Irrigation Limited to deliver water through their infrastructure. And this is in a few different ways. There's been what they call escapes upgraded so that water can be taken out of the irrigation canals and channels and either put into flowing streams or ephemeral streams. In the case of the flowing streams, we've been putting water in there this summer, for example, to offset or mitigate the impacts of low oxygen black water and providing refuge for fish. And in some of the ephemeral streams, we're able to deliver water out of the high irrigation infrastructure onto parts of the floodplain that we couldn't otherwise get water to. So that's a fantastic outcome. And for example, in the Murrumbidgee, we're actually delivering water out of Murrumbidgee irrigation's infrastructure into Ramsar wetlands in the Leeton area. So it's something that we're working with Irrigation Corps, and we're looking for further opportunities to do that sort of thing.
And I'm right, this is not, when you work with these irrigation corporations and agree to do upgrades or work with them for infrastructure, this is not new money coming from the government. This is money that you have due to changes in the Water Act with how you had to treat money from water trades. Is that correct?
So there's a combination of opportunities for us to invest in this. Under the original conditions of the special account, there is some scope for us to invest in activities that enhance the delivery of environmental water or support and enhance the deliverability of environmental water. In addition to that, there was, I think, a 2015 or 2016 amendment to that part of the Act surrounding trade of water. Prior to that, any water that we sold temporarily on the market, the revenue from that could only be used to buy water, but subsequent to that, that revenue can now also be used for this sort of infrastructure upgrade or other outcomes that enhance the delivery of environmental water.
And can you provide a breakdown of the expenditure you've made on these infrastructure upgrades in across irrigation corporations?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, but happy to provide that.
That would be good. And can you, lastly, can you just explain the outcomes that are being achieved? I mean, I know in Renmark, I believe Renmark, to get water from the river onto the wetlands there, that's quite a significant lift. You would need a very significant river flow event. But what are you achieving by using the infrastructure instead?
So the way the landscape is around the Renmark area, the irrigation tends to be on the slightly higher ground, and then between that higher ground and back to the river, there's floodplain areas there. We're able to take the water to the end of the irrigation infrastructure, to the end of their pipes and mains, and extend those pipes out, I guess it's downhill, out onto those floodplain areas. And around Renmark, we have a few areas now where we're able to get water into a wetland lagoon area that was in a very degraded state, and we're seeing really good revegetation occurring around the outskirts of that. We've got another outlet that's putting water into a red gum area adjacent right to the edge of the town, a part of the town common where people use this area. The red gum is like chalk and cheese on the side where the water's being delivered compared to the dry side where we can't get water to. And out on another area which has been quite a flat, dry, very ephemeral wetland, we're able to get water in there, and we've had swans breeding on that and other water birds, and great response from wetland vegetation on those sites as well. In the mid-Murray area, I think one of the most spectacular outcomes we achieved has been providing refuge for fish during periods of low oxygen black water, getting that sort of refuges there. Fish can congregate around the good water coming out of the irrigation system and give them a haven during low water quality issues. And also we're getting, in some of the creeks adjacent to the irrigation areas there, we're seeing vegetation and other things recovering in those creeks that have been high and dry on the floodplain for a long time.
And how are the communities, how do you find working with the communities? Are communities nervous about the environmental water holder coming in, particularly in irrigation areas like the Mid-Murray where they're largely broadacre farmers, or are they actually welcoming working with you, and do they see the results as a benefit or as a concern?
It's been a fascinating journey, and it's interesting how the landowners who were early adopters and have been involved, they're starting to see their neighbours look over the fence and say, well, how can we get a bit of this? And we're seeing areas like Lake Agnes and down in the Jimmeringel Cochrane Creek area, it's downstream or west of Deniliquin, where people are really starting to embrace this and inquire directly to us or through our local engagement officers or through New South Wales environmental water holders. How can we get involved in this? So it's really actually a great outcome. So we're seeing local employment in the infrastructure upgrades. We're seeing water delivered into a local environment from where that water was recovered, and we're seeing revenue go back through those irrigation corps, bringing revenue back in for water that had otherwise been recovered out of those systems.
Thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thanks, Senator Davey. Senator Patrick.
For now.
So just going to the 605 gigalitres, I'm just trying to do a bit of a top-level muster as to which projects the supply and constraints projects have got to the point of a determination and are underway. Those that have delivered How many SDL projects are there? 36 and 5 constraints, is that right?
The 36 includes...
Includes the five
Constraints.
constraints. So of those 36, how many of them have been completed?
I'll just ask Dr Durham to come back.
Thank you.
Yeah, apologies, I'll sit closer to the microphone.
Thank you.
Year 9.
You learn to get a very big, loud voice.
Mr. Evan, the number of the SDL projects that have actually completed, and I wonder how much water can be attributed to the completed projects.
So of the 36 projects, 15 are regarded to being completed.
Yep.
And they are estimated to contribute about 46%, or in gigalitres, about 280 gigalitres of the 605.
And how have you verified the amount? So obviously you go into the project and with a certain amount in mind, and you come out the other side.
Look, it's an estimate, and we work closely with our colleagues at the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. They've published on their website a document that attempts to attribute the volumetric contribution, as Mr Reynolds outlined before. It's very difficult to say an individual project is worth this. It's a package. The projects interact with each other. So
I understand that too,
it's an estimate, Senator, based on advice from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority.
Okay, so what of the other 21? The other 21 projects? So you've got 15 that have been completed, giving us 280 gigalitres.
So we
Right,
believe
21.
Yep. So we believe of the 36, of the 21, then 6 of those are at risk, and we're working to ensure that they can be delivered on time. That's the Menindee Lakes Rescope project and the constraints projects. So if we park those to the side for the moment.
And how much were they worth originally, those 6 projects?
The constraints and...
Yeah, so it was 106.
106, and it's difficult to ascertain exactly, but our estimate is about 160 gigalitres at risk amongst the collective package there of those.
So that's a further 6, so that leaves 15.
So the other 15 projects we believe will be able to be delivered on time, and I guess the balance of the math that you're doing there, so 605 less the 160 less the 280.
All right, so the at-risk projects, what's the sort of time frame? We're hearing 2026 is being floated by some jurisdictions. What's the MDBA's view on this?
Well, the Commonwealth's position, MDBA and the Commonwealth Department,
you're the department,
is that we are working to deliver by 30 June 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the time frame. And at the Ministerial Council strategic discussion on this last April, all of the basin ministers still agreed and supported that time frame.
Okay, and if we have, if we don't hit the target by 2024, obviously my understanding is then that can initiate buybacks under the current legislation.
Well, the first step would be the reconciliation to know exactly what shortfall, if there is a shortfall that we're dealing with, and the quantum of that. And as part of that reconciliation, we'd also get a much better understanding of the environmental outcomes that have been achieved with the package as well. So that evidence and information will need to be taken into consideration. And then what is done if there is a shortfall obviously will be a matter for the government of the day.
So it's not there's nothing in legislation that then mandates a particular pathway to ensure you get to the 2750?
No, there is nothing mandated other than the fact that we have a sustainable diversion limit and there will be a recovery gap. So, there's an obligation to bridge that gap. But how is up to the government of the day.
Yeah. So, in some sense, I was always of the view the 450 is very risky and that there doesn't seem to be any remedy or there's no stick with the 450, but you're actually saying there's no stick for the 605.
There would be a requirement for states to look at their SDLs. So they may be required to adjust existing entitlements to deal with any shortfall in the 605.
So we've got this legislated time frame, but nothing really that happens after we do the reconciliation, and then it's a matter for government. It just seems.
No, Senator, I think the difference with the 605 with the 450 is, as Ms Connell outlined, the 605 has already been legislatively adjusted, so it's already changed the sustainable diversion limits for the individual SDL resource units in the basin. The basin governments must be able to comply with those sustainable diversion limits. So if there's a reconciliation and the SDLs are changed further, they must comply with those SDLs.
And there's an intermediate step, so if there is a shortfall, the authority has the option of providing a basin plan amendment to the government of the day.
So just say the last sentence.
So I might get Mr Reynolds to speak to the process, given it's a process that the authority is responsible for. But following reconciliation, the authority, if the reconciliation process determines that there will be a shortfall, so the 605 won't be met, there is provision in the Act for the authority to provide a proposed amended plan to the government of the day.
But the government, let's say Clive Palmer is the Prime Minister, okay? And I use that as an example of someone that's completely unknown and, wants to be the Prime Minister, ends up being the Prime Minister, and there's nothing.
Maybe not for the right reasons, but definitely well known.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? You've got, I'm suspecting that the coalition and or the Labor Party would, in some sense, honour the commitment to meet the plan, but what you're saying is they're not bound to.
Tim Goods from the MDBA. Senator, that's largely correct. The authority is bound to propose a basin plan amendment in the event of the reconciliation showing a difference between the 605 that was originally modelled. The amendment proposed would be a pathway to adjusting the SDLs in whatever way necessary, and then it's a decision for government as to whether that amendment is made, and then if it is made, it's subject to parliamentary consideration.
Sure. Look, I must admit I didn't appreciate that. I'm not sure if other senators did either, but there you go. Thank you. I might then just very briefly go to west of the Barmah Choke and how we're dealing with the issue of excessive take. So we've talked about this before, moratoriums and so forth. Have we got a settled plan now? Any agreement?
So we're still working with the three states, Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia, on management arrangements. Victoria has limited further developments or further approvals for diversions. The other states have not taken similar action at this point in time. We've been working through management arrangements should we get towards a shortfall situation. So we've got a management plan to identify the emerging circumstance to make sure that state agencies are aware of that. We've trialled that plan. We've also produced a revision to it to incorporate the circumstance where Menindee Lakes have got water available to the Murray system, which is the circumstance that's going to present this year. Although, given the wet conditions and flows, a shortfall this year would seem to be a very low risk. So we continue to work through that as part of the management of the Murray. Ministerial Council has said it is one of their high priority activities.
I don't mean to interrupt, but just to keep my train of thought. This might be a good year, but my understanding is the plantations, they're permanent crops. Yes. So the averages or looking at it from a short term doesn't really work.
No, that's...
I throw that back at you and...
Yeah, no, I recognise that. I think we're still working with the states on the options they have for how they manage how they manage that, whether it is around moratoriums on developments or not. I think the issue about this year is there is some time for them to consider those arrangements.
Okay, so I understand you're saying that it is a long-term, you need a long-term solution, and this year might buy us time. How much water will make it into the Murray from the Darling this year? I think you said it's on average 14%.
Yeah, it will be a very large volume, several, or at least a couple of thousand gigalitres, I would think, given the lakes are full and there's still water coming through the system, and that will happen over several months.
Now, we're not going to end up in a situation where we don't know where the litigation is up to in relation to the release of water from the Menindee Lakes. So the first point is, where is that up to, and are we expecting a repeat of that, or is that off the table?
So in the coming season, it's very unlikely that we will call on any significant volume of water from the Menindee Lakes, given the volumes that are in store flows through the river, and the fact that the lower Darling is spilling to the Murray and will do so for probably a couple more months at least. So at this stage, all of our planning would indicate that we wouldn't be calling any significant volume from the Menindee Lakes for the current irrigation season. In subsequent years, of course, as demands emerge, it will be prudent to use some water from Menindee at some point. Just exactly when those circumstances arrive depends on future weather conditions.
And the court case?
So the litigation's still at foot. We've been working through the discovery process and preparation of expert testimony.
So is there a date set for a substantive hearing?
I might just ask our Chief Legal Officer, who will be across the timing, but I don't think the date has been set at this point in time.
Okay. I just want to go to something I was just looking at in relation to Clyde, the property, and those that are listening might remember that's one of the properties that was the subject of the Watergate scandal during the last election. Expensive, and we've dealt with this here. There's no question the price paid exceeded the valuation, but the Narran Lakes Water Reimbursement Project, what's that?
Mr. Taylor to return to the table.
Sorry.
No problems.
Sorry. So, can you repeat the question?
The Narran Lakes Water Reimbursement Project. There's a grant that's out. I understand the Chew paid about $2 million worth of water for them to not take water for a period of time. What's this new grant about?
Okay. So this will be the third time that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder has attempted a grant operation in that Narran River system to enhance the water flows down into the Ramsar area of the Narran Lakes. First time we did it, we paid and the grant was taken up by some irrigators along that river section there, and that allowed water to pass that they forewent the take on. The second time we offered a price and they chose not to take it. So this time we're just in the decision-making phase of whether or not we will actually activate that grant. The trigger for activation of the grant will be the water levels in the lakes. There's bird breeding occurring in the lakes there as we speak. It's been a fantastic recovery story, but the water levels are dropping. And
actually, just on that, can you please provide a history of the number of birds over the last 10 years? Because my understanding is it's substantially down from a decade ago.
So over the last,
even though it might be better.
Yes. So over the last 10 years in the Narran, I don't think there's been any bird breeding in the Narran. It's been almost dry for a large chunk of that last 10 years. It's been in a really sad state. So that's why we've invested.
Can you on notice present a picture of the data you've got about that?
Yep.
If it wouldn't just, it might go back 2 decades, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Isn't it the case that whilst there's a grant opportunity, really the only property that can really apply for the grant is Clyde? Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. They're the ones that have exercised the option. There are other properties along that section of the river. So, and this time it would be a slightly different option. If we choose to activate it, if the water levels drop, we would then have water returned to the river from storage. So we would actually, it'd be a temporary.
But in some sense there's an irony in this, because I recall when that property was offered up, first up, they offered to give the Commonwealth the dams, and the Commonwealth didn't take it. So you've not taken the dams, now they're filling them up and selling the water back to the Commonwealth.
So I think the really critical part in this is the temporal aspect. We could have that huge capital asset and all that value sitting on our books year in, year out, when we only need it in certain critical times. And we're not even certain we will activate that grant this year. When we do activate the grant, it'll be for a very specific, very targeted, very high value ecological outcome.
Sure, but if you had taken up Eastern Agriculture's offer in the first place, where they said you can have the dam, they wouldn't be taking and storing water on the property. It seems to me we paid over tote odds for the overland flow on that property, didn't take the dam, and now we're paying again for water from the same property, if
So
indeed you go to Clyde.
I think it's critical that we're...
Get your last question for this section. Thanks.
I think it's critical to understand that we're not paying again. This is additional water. When we need it, it's not paying again for water.
No, it's not for the overland flow. I appreciate that. But there had been an opportunity to actually take the dam, and I know the Commonwealth's position was we don't buy infrastructure, but we now find ourselves in a position where, had we taken that dam and removed it, for example, got rid of it, there wouldn't be a grant that could be taken up by the property owners.
I think that's a hypothetical. I wasn't involved.
Well, it's not hypothetical, because this is what happened in the past.
I don't know that's correct, Senator, but
Okay,
I'll
well.
take the answer on notice and refer to
Well, you
the
can see
evidence we
where I'm
provided in
coming
this
from, that's
committee
all.
before. Yes.
All right, I might come back to that when I get the call next. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Patrick. Senator Grogan.
I'd like to talk about basin river models. So in the budget, there was an announcement to modernise and integrate basin river modelling to provide more timely and accurate information about water availability. That's the quote. And then since that, 66 million has been applied to that project. Yep. So can you just talk me through where that process is up to,
Mr. Manning.
and what will actually form the substance of that?
Yeah, thanks. Greg Manning, Acting Executive Director at the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. So the project is at the very beginning of the process, obviously. So we're working through what I would call a project initiation phase at the moment. The project's really closely related to work with the states, the basin states, and so we're heavily engaged in conversations with them in relation to the project and the work that we all do and the models and the nature of the uplift that needs to be done under that project. So that's broadly speaking where we're up to at the current point in time.
If I could just ask you to get a little closer to the microphone, that'd be really good.
Of course.
Thank you. So, do you have a scope of work to be done here? Because it's very broad. We're going to, provide more timely and accurate information about water availability.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Everyone's keen on that. I think the history we've seen in the last couple of years, everyone knows this is a really good thing to do. But what the scope of that? What is that going to look like? How far have you got with the planning? What's included?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, starting at the broad level, so there are 24 different basin river models across the whole system at the moment. And the broad situation is that they exist at a whole different range of levels of maturity. They run off different systems. So I think Victoria use a REALM kind of program, New South Wales, Queensland use one called IQQM. So there's a different range. And they all have been built within their individual river valleys for different purposes. Fit for purpose for those, but that's the kind of current status. This project is about, in the first instance, lifting all of those up onto a common modelling platform. So that will be the source modelling platform that we hope to use for that. And in that process of lifting them up, we will also give them a common capability and uplifted capability to run different scenario analysis, downstream event impacts, so a common capabilities across those range of things. So that would be the first part of the scope of the project. The second part of it is to give it a basin-wide capacity to run in an integrated fashion. So we also need to build a framework whereby each of those 24 different river models can be stitched in so that we can run basin-wide analysis in a much more timely and efficient manner. So that, at a high level, that's the nature of the actual work that will go on.
That's good. So you say lifting it up to a sort of source level platform. Have you selected that platform, or is it going to be built?
No, the source is
Specifically?
it's the program. It's the river modelling framework. It's been around for quite some time, developed by a company called eWater. So it exists, but it's a case of transferring some of those older systems into the new one, and then, as I say,
So the system
bringing
has
them
been
together.
like the technology is there.
The technology's there, but to get all of, so if you've got something in one of the current state models, there's a lot of work to transfer it from that into that new the new source system, as well as to give it the additional.
Yeah, because my understanding is it
capabilities.
needs a bit of work. Yeah.
There's a lot of work. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot of work to be done. Yeah, it's a big project.
And so, is there any financial contribution from the states?
Not a financial contribution at this stage. We've been working through
Cooperation,
with them.
maybe.
Yeah, absolutely cooperation. Yeah, and that's largely so we've held 4 program initiation workshops with them, and that's been sitting down around what in-kind contributions, their data, their intellectual property, establishing the governance arrangements. So yeah, they're at the table. They're very cooperative as to what we're doing.
And we'll make significant in-kind contributions to the program over the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I suppose in terms of actually translating their systems, they would need to have some.
And the existing source models that have already been built, so the MDBA will draw on that existing intellectual property, and some of those models have taken 2 to 3 years to build.
And so the delivery timeframe is 2024? July 2024?
It's a 4-year project to achieve the uplift that we're looking for. That's right.
And do you have a timeline, a sort of project management timeline for how you anticipate, or what you believe you need to get done to actually achieve that date?
Yes, yeah, we do. So it's been broken down into a series of phases. So the first phase will focus on the Murray River system, and then the second will progressively move north, in essence, bringing it in. So we anticipate getting the Murray elements of it done first over the first couple of years, enhance our modelling capacity in that region, and then the subsequent phase will focus on the northern basin and bringing that into scope as well.
So will they come online as it goes, or will you have a total cut-over date?
I believe they would come online as we go, progressively. So as you work through model by model, you'll have access to that. I need to check the details of that with the modelling guys. But
Can
I
you
think that's
please?
my
It would be
understanding.
because I think it'd be really useful to know. Obviously, easier on the system if you do it progressively, but there may well be challenges.
I'd be quite sure it is model by model, because there's always work going on to update these things, right? And we, as they get their new capability, we take advantage of that. But I'll double check that to be sure.
Yeah, if you could provide us with that timeline, I'd be really interested to see how that's going to play out. Do you anticipate any, I mean, obviously there's always challenges with technology, but do you anticipate, in your sort of risk assessment, what do you see as being the key challenges?
Well, I think there's lots of challenges in a project, a big project of this nature, and it goes to everything from our procurement and putting in place the hardware and establishing the data and the IP sharing arrangements. We're still unpacking with the states the actual model by model, the nature of the things that we all have to do in some detail that could potentially lead to delays in some. So I guess in that sense, there's the standard kind of risks you would expect us to work through for this project. Yeah.
And this may not be a fair question, but I'll ask it anyway, and then we can. I was going to say it's never stopped anyone else, so I'll just keep going. The states, do they see this as a positive project? I mean, I think I certainly do. I know lots of other people do. But one of the challenges, obviously, in all of the things that are Murray-Darling is the you know, the commitment of all of the parties, because there's a number of parties at play. We've seen a lot of problems with data on water going through the system over the last number of years. And potentially this project has the ability to overcome a lot of those issues, which would provide a great deal more faith. But I'm in two minds about whether the states are going, yay, this is a great idea so that we can get there and people will stop bagging us out for flogging the water, or whether they're a bit nervous about it.
So the Basin Officials Committee, so that's the committee that oversees the Murray-Darling Basin projects, gets updates on these projects and proposals, and I can say there's a strong level of support across the states and the ACT working together to build this capability.
Yeah, I think that's right, and reflected through the conversations at the more technical level that we've been having. I'm just, you know, the kind of issues they're raising with us, if there's any area of concern, it's around the control of the models and getting the arrangements correct for that. So we're working with their models, so obviously they've got an interest in how they're going to be used going forward. So you know, the high level commitment is absolutely there. The questions have been asked in that kind of a space from the states as to how this is going to operate once the whole thing's in place.
Practical reality.
Yeah, the practical reality. Yeah, or you know, IP, who owns that and how is it? What are you going to do with that stuff? How does all that? But those issues are very manageable, I would argue. It's part of the project to work through those. But the high level commitment is there.
And a key component of this project is working with states to encourage them to make their models available online. So third-party users, academics, stakeholders, water brokers can essentially take a version of the model out of a common platform, play around with it, and stick back an improved arrangement. So it's pretty exciting set of arrangements we're looking at going forward.
Cool. And who's project managing it? Would it be you, Ms Manning?
It sits within my portfolio, within the authority, but we have a dedicated project manager, full-time, as you would expect for something like this, so yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Grogan. Senator Antic, can you hear me? Are you close by? No, so we will keep moving down our list, and my next person is also not at the desk. Senator Mirabella.
One question while we're on that subject of modelling. Is it fair to say that one of the, well, certainly in my part of the world, it's fair to say that there's a lot of interest in the alleged missing flows from large rain events in the Northern Basin. And correct me if I'm on the wrong track here, but on the issue of modelling, has there ever been thought to doing some serious remote sensing and modelling of large rain events, the overland flows, and how much and where all that water goes?
So I might answer that question, Senator. So in the north of the basin, states are responsible for models, so they'll generally have a planning and operational model, and they also are responsible for managing first flush, managing environmental flows, and information. You can find information on recent events. I think the New South Wales portal is called Water Information Insights, and there's an equivalent Queensland portal, and we can certainly provide you with details about those data sources.
But I'm asking about modern, remote sensing, space-based sensors.
Sorry, and I should have actually noted that the Commonwealth is funding a range of remote sensing hydrometric projects to basically improve the ability to monitor flows. And I think the MDBA is overseeing those projects as well. So I'll ask Mr Reynolds just to walk you through what those projects involve and the stage that they're at.
So the Commonwealth has funded a project called the Hydrometric Network and Remote Sensing Project. Goes exactly to the activities you're talking about across the Northern Basin. It's focused on upgrading the hydrometric network to give us better measurement across the basin. So in both high and low flows, we'll have better information. It's also going to looking at the remote sensing technology we might be able to use to measure flows and monitor them as they move through the landscape. That project is $35 million project. It's well progressed. We've been working with states around, once again, data sharing arrangements to make sure that the data that is captured can be used by all of the parties that need it. There are two elements to it. One is making sure that we have a robust compliance framework and providing the data and information that's required for compliance. And then there's also a second component that is around capturing information for other monitoring and evaluation purposes around outcomes in the basin and the like.
But is it the case that at the moment all that sensing is ground-based?
So we've done some work to improve our remote sensing capability, and we've certainly developed some tools using satellite imagery. This project, though, is about extending that remote sensing capability to be able to use things like satellite imagery, aerial photography and the like to capture a better data set for those purposes.
And states are currently using a lot of satellite imagery, so I understand the New South Wales Compliance Agency, the Natural Resources Access Regulator, commonly takes, their expression is we've got eyes in the sky, and so they use that kind of information to do spot checks of compliance in terms of take of water and also illegal works construction or possible illegal works construction.
Is it the case, is it possible, is it occurring that remote sensing has the ability to do multispectral sensing to actually measure water as opposed to straight out, photographic interpretation?
Yeah, we're certainly looking at those capabilities. And
so we don't have it. We don't have it currently.
We have some limited capacity to analyse that sort of information, and that's certainly stuff that we are working on now to improve our capability in that area.
Mr Reynolds, you might have to talk to the Space Agency, who we had last night. They were talking about exactly that, water measurement from space, so I'm sure you are speaking to them. Anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Senator Mirabella.
No, it's okay, I'm finished.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Mr Reynolds, as a Senator for Queensland, I have to cover many issues. And although I've travelled the entire Murray-Darling Basin, overflown it, crisscrossed it many times, and listening to people, I just can't keep all the acronyms and the numbers at hand, all right? Just can't keep them in my head. Fortunately, we have many farmers who watch this Senate estimate sessions in particular, and they let me know when I miss the details, and they're excellent auditors. They know from being on the ground when I'm getting non-answers, and they tell me, and they're blunt auditors. It seems to me that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority is now avoiding the numbers, both for acquisition and total targets. So the Murray-Darling Basin, and Senator Patrick knows this, is all about numbers. The plan has reduced farmers' businesses, rural communities and Australia's agricultural capacity to a set of water numbers supposedly for the environment. Getting those numbers is like pulling teeth, and I welcome Senator Patrick's partial success on the 605 earlier. So for the rural community watching this at home to get a hint for their future, I'd like to ask again. I'm asking for 3 simple numbers. How much water has the government acquired so far under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan? How much is under acquisition? And how much will the shortfall be against the plan in the absence of further projects? And where do you intend to get that water from?
Senator Roberts, that's a question.
The third question was 2 combined.
So,
throw one in as well to complement, but also from the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, how much actual wet stuff allocation do you have this year? Because you've got the difference between entitlements you have, but this year the allocations may be over the 2750 gigalitres for all we know. Who knows? We want to know everything.
I've
We
lost
do.
track of the question, but anyway, I think I'll start where so I'll just provide the headline numbers, and then I'll ask Mr. Taylor to come to the table and talk to what he has available in this water year. So, in terms of surface water recovery, as I said before the break, 2,106 gigalitres of surface water has been recovered and is now held in entitlements by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. In relation to groundwater, 35.3 gigalitres has been recovered. In relation to the 450, 2 gigalitres in entitlements have been returned to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. We have another 16.4 under contract and discussing arrangements in relation to about another 10 to 15 gigalitres with the states. In relation to the 605 gigalitres, so the concept of that program of works is to, in lieu of 605 gigalitres being recovered from the consumptive irrigation pool, there are a suite of 36 projects which deliver environmental benefits in lieu of that. And the framework under the Basin Plan requires the Murray-Darling Basin Authority to have a look at the end of next year about the progress of those environmental projects and the extent to which they will contribute from an environmental measure towards the 605. So it is quite a complex concept.
It's very complex.
Yes, yeah, I do appreciate that. But in terms of the current holdings that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder has utilised this year, I'll pass to Mr. Taylor.
Thanks. So this year we have new allocations year to date, or up to 31st of December, 2,054 gigalitres. And up to the end of that same 6-month period, we have used 1,038. So we've used about half our water for this year at halfway through the year.
How much did you carry over from the previous year?
So the previous year's carryover was 738 gigalitres.
So that would have made available this year 2,785.
85.
Right, thank you.
And I will just note, Senator, that the department does have a web page that sets out these water recovery targets, so we'd be happy to provide you with that information.
Okay, well, we'll come asking if we need more. Minister, the South Australian water storage is outside of South Australia. Okay.
Yes, for geological reasons.
Yes, no, we're not complaining about that. That's, South Australia is a valid part of the plan. This is a national plan that includes...
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. We're very delighted that you would think
while
that.
we're concerned about wasting our water, we're not concerned about supplying South Australia and Adelaide in particular with water. Well, we can argue.
Sorry,
let's not get into that.
So, yeah, I'm not interested in getting that. I'm just saying South Australia has a right to that water.
Well, I think everybody in the Murray-Darling Basin has a right. I mean, we can go into the discussion about riparian right and the like, but, you know, I think that's what the plan
that's what the plan's tried to do.
is that this is a shared resource that has to be maximised to the benefit of all people in Australia.
So we want to protect the South Australians, but also we want to protect the environment and we want to protect all the other stakeholders in there. And it gets messy. It's had a long history. Some argue that it's ingrained in our federation. So South Australian water storage is outside South Australia at Dartmouth, which South Australia partly funded, Lake Victoria and Menindee Lakes. Now, Menindee Lakes has held water 8 years out of 10. And even though government raised the natural banks a little to create larger storage, Menindee has been a natural wetland since before Western settlement. Menindee stores South Australian water and local...
They're ephemeral, aren't they? Is it ephemeral?
Yeah,
ephemeral.
you could argue that, but they've stored water 8 years out of 10. Menindee stores South Australian water and local irrigation water. While that water is there, it sustains the amazing wetland that is around Menindee. And that has developed to counter natural climate variability, which in Australia is more variable than probably any other continent. But we wonder why a frog near a coal mine is an environmental matter of national significance, yet 47,000 hectares of wetland is not. 220,000 bird movements a year is a national treasure, and now the testimony in this place is that the state and federal governments are going to murder Menindee. And
I'm sorry,
the Murray-Darling
Senator,
Basin is murdering an environmental treasure to come up with water to meet environmental targets. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Senator, I mean, first of all, you know, obviously I think there wouldn't be anybody else in the room that would agree with your termination of murder Menindee. I mean, I think that's a highly emotive way of describing how collectively everybody's trying to work together to engineer a solution to ensure the long-term sustainability of the river system whilst dealing with the socio and economic implications of water recovery and the like, that minimises, you know, any detrimental impacts. And I think, you know, the sole purpose of the plan was to try and protect the amazing riverine environment. And so I certainly could not accept that your terminology around what's happening at Menindee. At the moment, we do not have the submission back from the New South Wales Government in relation to the proposal for activities at Menindee. So until we actually can see that, I mean, I don't know that anyone can actually be making the kind of assessment that you're making. I mean, I acknowledge the fact that, you know, you accept the fact that the plan is for all Australians and particularly all those that live in the basin, but I think, you know, picking on one particular component of it and suggesting that that's some sort of environmental vandalism when we don't even really at this stage have any clarity around what's going on there. And the other thing I would say is that we also need to be really careful that we don't sort of compare what happened pre the development of the river system to what's actually happening now. There has been so much intervention along the river, whether it be through dams or locks or weirs or all sorts of infrastructure, the urban build-up in towns, that it's almost impossible for us to do anything apart from assess what's before us at the moment. And so I probably would countenance against sort of talking about what Menindee Lakes used to be like, what the lower lakes used to be like, because so much has changed in the years since irrigation has occurred along the river. And so we need to manage what's before us now.
I accept that, Minister, but at the same time, a fundamental target for the Murray-Darling Basin plan has been to restore the Coorong. And that cannot be restored while we're negating the science or avoiding the science. But let's move on to something else.
And I think probably go back to, and it's really about the words that you use. We seek for the Coorong to be healthy. Does that restore it under the true definition of the word restore? I would suggest, you know, that's very difficult because, I mean, the barrages are there. They weren't there.
Barrages there, the drains are there.
Yeah, so this idea that you talk about restore, what we want to see is a healthy Coorong. We want to see a healthy Murray-Darling Basin system. We want to see environmental assets protected, but we also want to protect our river communities because they are such an important part of the economy of Australia and all the people that are supported by it. So I think we need to be careful the words we use because we don't want to give the impression that somehow we're going to turn the river system back to exactly what it looked like before there was any intervention. What we're seeking to do is to make sure the environmental outcomes are good.
One of the things that's very frustrating in the Parliament is that so few decisions are made on data and scientific. They're made on emotions, whims, looking after vested interests. And so I'd like, you said everyone wants to protect the environment. We'll get onto more of that in other questions, but I'd like to just ask the Minister, and I have a trust for you, so I'm not having a go at you, but I am having a go at several governments in the past, and possibly this government. I don't have much faith in the Murray-Darling Basin plan. And because it's not based on data, we don't measure much of the river systems, yet we're allocating water. So there's a report in the ABC that says the basin states are agreeing to support the ACCC Murray-Darling Basin water market reforms to regulate brokers and market behaviour. So last year when I moved an amendment to force the water trading register into life, which is a requirement of the Water Act 2007, the one that the Murray-Darling Basin has been required to produce since then, and the Liberals, Nationals, Labor, voted against it. I was told there's no need for a water trading register. It's just speculation, no profiteering, no need for a register of water bodies. What's changed so that the states are now taking action?
Well, I think, Senator, I'm not sure that I agree with the fact that the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Labor Party didn't, last year, thought there was no need for...
Well, they voted against the amendment to bring in the water register.
Yeah, Senator, but there were a number of other complex technicalities around what was being proposed at the time. So I don't think that you can naturally jump to the conclusion that neither the government or the opposition didn't believe that water regulation potentially could improve the operation of the river systems and improve the operation of how water traded. I think possibly what it was that the mechanism by which you were proposing to do it was not something that we were necessarily agreeing to. But I mean, I'm happy to take that on notice and get you some more information, because I have to say I can't remember exactly.
Senator Ruston, just before you continue, is there any chance that we can get the document that you're referring to, Senator Roberts, tabled?
That's just a media story, isn't it, Senator?
Yeah.
This is a media story, yes, from the ABC,
Yeah.
but they're talking about a mandatory code of conduct.
Yes.
Senator Roberts, would you like to have that tabled?
Sure.
So
You've got a
people
spare
can refer
there?
to it?
Yep.
Is that a
Thank
spare
you.
there?
No, that's someone else's.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
It just seems like this code of conduct is a way to smokescreen the reluctance to have a water trading register.
Well, Senator, I think...
It's a way of avoiding the issue.
Actually, I might see for the Secretary, in terms of the ACCC review and implementation, I mean, I wonder whether there's any advantage to perhaps give Senator Roberts a bit of an update about where that's at, so to see if in any way it can alleviate some of the concerns he appears to have.
Yes, thanks, Minister. So, Senator, water trade and water markets are principally the responsibility of estate jurisdictions at the moment. So states and the ACT are responsible for having and maintaining water registers, and each of them does have a register in place. In terms of the media release you're referring to, it was on to indicate that the water market reform process that's been set up. So Minister Pitt announced last year that he would appoint a principal advisor. So Mr Darryl Quinlivan's been appointed to work with states to take what is a very significant report by the ACCC. I think it goes to about 700 pages and makes a broad range of recommendations.
It has some serious concerns.
That's right. And so, so Mr Quinlivan has been working with basin states and supported by an advisory group and consulting stakeholders more broadly to determine what should be the initial recommendations that are progressed. And we can table a copy of Mr Quinlivan's December advice. So the advice sets out the 5 principal initial reforms that he recommends be progressed, and basin states support those recommendations in principle. So critically, at the moment there's no code of practice to govern the behaviour of water market intermediaries, so water brokers. So one thing the states have agreed to is the development of a code that can put a compliance framework around the way that part of the market operates. He also recommended that the Commonwealth introduce legislation to prohibit insider trading and market manipulation. So that's something the department is now looking very closely at. He made recommendations around collection and publication of trade data, and a number of other recommendations. And he is now working with basin states and stakeholders to develop a final advice, which is due to the Minister in June this year. So the terms of reference for the work that he's doing are on our website, and we can provide you a copy with that as well.
Ms Connell and Senator Ruston, can you see the public, and farmers in particular, are very concerned? I understand from your business, which I haven't discussed with you, but apparently you had a successful business with flowers. Water is key to that. And you've developed remarkable efficiencies in the use of that water, as I understand it. I'm not a farmer, but I know in listening to farmers that water is like gold. It dramatically increases the productivity of farmland, so it's worth a lot of money. But it's also worth a lot of money to traders and speculators. And we've removed the connection between water allocations and farmers' property ownership. And a lot of people are concerned about
of water from land.
Correct, I am. But what I'm saying is, in the absence of significant measuring right across the basin of water flows, in the absence of science, the contradiction of science, we see and a highly variable climate, which is natural, and we've got the north being different from the south, and people not understanding the other. There's a lot of suspicion that the government and governments in the past have simply protected water traders, because we still don't have a water trading register. Now, whether that's a state and territory issue, needs to be done.
So, Senator...
And now we've got the ACCC saying significant concerns, even though he didn't identify any particular fraud, significant concerns. This does not build confidence in the Murray-Darling Basin Authority nor the plan.
So, three components, I think, to the question there. So, under the Constitution, states are principally responsible for water resource management. So the obligation is on them to establish and maintain water registers. Each of the Murray-Darling Basin jurisdictions has in place a water register at this point in time.
But I'm not interested in why we can't do it. I'm interested in what we should do.
So it's being done, and you can get access to those registers online. And I actually think the Bureau of Meteorology now aggregates information from each of those state registers in their water information portal, so we can provide you with the link to that quite easy to use website. But I would just like to get on the record that the ACCC didn't find any evidence of speculative activity.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yes.
But they had significant concerns.
And one of their key recommendations was to get in place a code backed by enforcement and compliance powers to improve the integrity and transparency of the market, and that's what the basin states have agreed to and the principal advisor has reported on, and we're now working with basin states to look at how we can develop that.
But it hasn't happened.
That's right.
It hasn't happened. What's the date for that to commence? Because, like, you know, Senator, I've got a whole lot of questions, so I want to follow up along that line. But, you know, when you get out there and you talk to people, as Senator Roberts has said, they tell you, they just tell you straight up about
the corruption.
The corruption that's happening, because their computers aren't fast enough to compete with people who are in the space. You would have heard it as much as I've heard it. So what's the timing on the response to this?
We are currently working with basin states to look at the development of a draft code, and one of the key things will be to consult with stakeholders on what a draft code looks like. When you're making changes that impact on the regulatory community, it's important that you undertake a process whereby you publish a proposed draft code, provide an opportunity for comment, and also provide a period of time for that regulated community to come into compliance. So we are actively working with states on progressing that proposal.
But do you have a timeline?
I take that on notice. I don't currently in front of me.
One of the concerns
Senator Roberts, sorry to brings you to the end of your time.
Can I just ask
Can I give you one more question? Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Finish up, please.
I brought 8 copies of an article, News Weekly, Murray-Darling Basin Plan Ruining the Edward River. So once again, if you could pass it around, we're talking about environmental damage of a type never before seen along the Murray system, caused in all probability by the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. So this article, the first paragraph says, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which has the goal of protecting the environment, as Senator Ruston said, is instead destroying it. And there's so many examples. It's the same type of damage we're seeing elsewhere. We've raised this about the Murray itself. When's the Murray-Darling Basin Authority or the department going to convene a proper public inquiry into environmental destruction along the Murray River system? Landholders along the Edwards are just flabbergasted at how much damage is being done in the name of the environment.
So Mr Reynolds to return to the table.
So, Senator Roberts, the Edwards system runs in effect parallel to the Murray. Part of the work we're looking at around the choke is how we manage water through that part of the system. That includes water through the Edwards River as well. Clearly, there is a lot of demands on the system to manage for consumptive use as well as for the environment. One of the key things we're looking at as part of the Barmah Choke feasibility study is how we actually manage the system holistically and don't just move a problem from one part of the system to another. There's a lot of activity to examine the Edwards system as well. Erosion is a natural feature within our river systems. We have got a heavily regulated...
Excuse me, some people would disagree with you. They're saying the amount of water and the duration of high river flows is quite unnatural. That people along the Murray, the farmers along the Murray are saying the same, the people along the Edwards are saying the same, and that's what's doing the damage according to them.
Exactly. That's what they're saying to me too, Senator Roberts.
So there's no doubt that we have regulated the river system to achieve a whole lot of benefits that provides, but that has substantially changed the natural flow patterns in the river. We have higher river flows through summer because we're delivering water to meet irrigation demands, which are critical to the prosperity of many communities throughout the basin. That's one of the aspects of the basin plan that we work through, is that balance between environmental outcomes and the socio and economic prosperity of communities throughout the basin as well. So there are going to be impacts of a regulated system. There's no doubt about that. We are looking at through the Barmah Choke feasibility study work at options we might have to alleviate some of those pressures on that part of the river system, the Edwards, the Murray, and indeed the Goulburn system as well. So I can't say that there are not impacts of a regulated river system, but those impacts, I guess, are balanced against the other benefits that they provide to communities in a wide range of...
And while not accusing you of anything, and I mean this sincerely, or anyone here, government in this country, and I'm not talking about the Morrison-Joyce government, I'm talking about governance of federal, is quite often about a wealth transfer. And the more regulations we have, the more that can be hidden. So, it's built into this, the whole thing. There's just so many avenues for it to be loose and sloppy. And the people who pay time and time again are the everyday Australians who pay for the mess in government. And I'm not having a go at you, I'm not looking at you in particular, but I'm just saying, this is a mess. How can we sort it out so that the people stop paying the price for mistakes and the environment?
That choke study, and that might be a good first step.
Yeah, so I think in that part of the river system in particular, there is significant work, investigations, analysis of how we can manage some of these detrimental impacts while still achieving the good impacts that people are looking for. Some of the impacts we're seeing in terms of high river flows and the river flowing at higher flow rates, or at least higher levels than it has in the past, is a result of lost capacity in the river system, the deposition of sand within the choke, which means to get the same volume of water through the choke and downstream that we have in the past, the river needs to run at a higher level for a longer period of time. That's absolutely the challenge that we are dealing with, and the work that we are doing to understand that and to understand the options we have to take the pressure off the river system is a critical part of that intervention.
And I'm saying the core problem may be something even deeper.
Thanks,
but anyway,
Senator Roberts.
thank you very much, Chair.
Senator Antic, are you online that you can ask your questions now? Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And I just wanted to ask a couple of questions actually about the Basin Communities Investment Package. Is there someone there that can answer questions about that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. See, it's a package I think Minister Pitt announced in September of 2020, and I just wanted to see if I can get a bit of an update about the rollout of the Economic Development Program, and perhaps some information about some of the types or the specific types of projects that have actually received the funding?
Yes, I'll just ask Dr. Durham to return to the table.
Sorry, Senator, you were asking about updates on the Healthy Rivers grants and the Economic Development grants programs?
Yeah, just on the rollout and maybe some information about some of the projects that have actually had some funding, received the funding today.
I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't hear the question.
Try again, Senator Antic.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I was wondering if I could have an update about the rollout of the Economic Development Program and a bit of an update about some of the projects that have actually received funding to date.
Certainly. I'll ask my colleague to join. She's got more context on the Economic Development Program. I'm happy to answer any of your questions in relation to the Healthy Rivers grants as well.
Okay, but I can start off, Senator, while we're waiting for Ms Bunfield to come to the table. So, as part of the community investment package, the government announced funding for the third round of economic development grants, so $34 million from memory in total. And over the course of the last year, we've announced 132 successful projects. We've now got contracts in place with 129 community groups and organisations, and 67 of these projects are directed to tourism activities in local communities. So the purpose of the Economic Development Program is to mitigate the impacts of water recovery in a range of local government areas that we've identified were hardest hit by water recovery, and we updated that for round 3 based on information from the Sefton report. So 67 of the projects relate to tourism projects, 53 are around improving community capability. Some of the projects assist with improving healthcare facilities. And so in that regard, we're funding the Chaffey Aged Care Facility at Moorabbin in Northern Victoria. We're also doing, under the program, some other projects like installing new water filtration systems at the Burke Olympic swimming pool, and you can understand, particularly during the seriously dry years of 17, 18, 18, 19 and 19, 20, having an operating Olympic swimming pool was particularly important to that community.
So these are crossing across all sectors. They're sort of multi-sector. It's a multi-sector program.
That's right, and we obviously have to develop grant guidelines. We consulted on the grant guidelines for this program, and they're available on our website.
And I think somebody mentioned before the Healthy River grants. Perhaps we just have a little update about the latest round of that.
Yes, so Senator, Dr Durham will return to the table to talk about. But we've had 2 rounds of Healthy River grants over the last 18 months. So the community investment package included $20 million, I think, for Healthy River grants.
20. Yes. So thank you, Senator. We have had $20 million on the table for communities in relation to the Healthy Rivers grants. As my colleague alluded, round 1 saw the successful announcement of 74 projects valued at $2.86 million, and they are all being contracted and implemented as we speak. Round 2 closed late last year, and Minister Pitt has already announced the approval of 15 projects under our large grant round of this second round, and they're valued at $7.8 million, currently being contracted. And he also approved a further 15 57 projects are the smaller grants valued at $3.76 million. They're currently also being contracted. So they have been announced, and Minister Pitt is currently considering some additional grant proposals under both the large and the small grant round of that second round, and we are hopeful of some further announcements in the not too distant future.
So are you able to share any of the examples of those that have been completed and actually finalised at this stage? I suppose that's probably from the first round.
Yes, well, they're still being implemented. They've gotten until later this year to have those fully implemented. So at the moment, I'm not aware that any are actually complete. They're in the process from that first round in particular. Obviously, second round's only just been announced.
But we can provide some aggregated information about what those projects will deliver in terms of the contracts. So in terms of round one, we're looking at about 780 hectares of riparian country being protected with 70 kilometres of fencing. We're expecting about 85,000 native plants to go in the ground. So with a view to having 330 hectares being revegetated and 2,700 hectares treated for weeds.
And also some increase in fish stock. Is there sort of further provision being made for that?
Some of the projects that have been successful are working to improving the habitat for native fish. So there's restoration of rock banks and snags and, that critical in-stream habitat for native fish has definitely been successful from a number of applications in both the second and first rounds.
And I guess one of the issues of this committee always gets is its run through about the pros and cons of people trying to jump on various dates. But the benefit of this really is about the Murray-Darling Basin Plan as a whole. And so I guess this or these grants, presumably they're helping to achieve the goals of the plan and benefit the plan as a whole. I mean, are there examples of how that's working? I mean, it's designed to be a nationwide exercise, I suppose.
Yes, Senator, these types of projects, I think in first principles, are being implemented by our communities. So it really gets the farmer and the local communities involved in looking out for the health of their wetlands and river systems. And of course, if we're making improvements to reduce sedimentation of our rivers, stabilising stream banks, stabilising paddocks, pest and weed removal, they're all complementary benefits to our environmental outcomes that the Basin Plan's striving for.
Thank you. No further questions from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much, Senator Antic. Senator O'Neill, would you like to take us to the break at 1 o'clock?
Thank you. So just a couple of further questions along the lines of what I was asking earlier. So can I just go to the Northern Basin Toolkit? So this is New South Wales detail in particular.
Yes, Senator.
Yep, great. So how much of the $180 million for the Northern Basin Toolkit measures has been spent?
Just find my notes.
So while you're having a look, my understanding is that there's 10 approved toolkit measures in New South Wales and Queensland. Just can you verify that that's correct?
Yes, so Senator, the Minister has announced and we've entered into contracts with Queensland and New South Wales in relation to 10 projects, which together total $90 million. So there is information about each of those projects on our website, but just by way of example, there's the Queensland Fish Friendly Water Extraction Project, which will develop 20 self-cleaning fish exclusion screens in the Condamine-Ballon and Border Rivers region of Queensland.
If you could just, perhaps I noticed, give me the link to that so that I can have a look at detail, but how many are New South Wales and how many are Queensland?
Oh, I just have to check the,
we'll just
check the facts for
confirm
you.
and come back to you.
And the $90 million, if you could do it by project and the allocation of the funding, and what we actually think is going to come out of that. That would be helpful in a sort of summary sheet, and then I'll have a look at whatever you point me to.
Right.
10 approved, now funded to the tune of 90 million, and when do you expect them to be implemented
So I
fully?
might just clarify. 10 have been approved. 4 of them have been funded for delivery and construction, and another 6 are in business case stage. So we're expecting, and the business cases are starting to come in for formal assessment now. So as my colleague alluded, $90 million of the 180 has been apportioned. The majority of that has gone into the 4 projects that are being constructed. And as
are they New South Wales?
New South Wales and Queensland.
Yep, so how many of each?
6, I'm just reading from our website, 6 in New South Wales and 4 from Queensland.
Great, and the 4 that are already allocated the 90 mil, where are they?
So 10 have been allocated the 90 million, so, and it's the 6 in New South Wales and the 4 in Queensland that I just referred to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, gotcha. Okay. How many projects in toto do you think for the 180? Is there a sort of forecast?
It would be the 10, but as I was saying, a few of them are still in their business case stage, and we're currently assessing those business cases for further funding announcements associated with the 180. So we didn't have sufficient information to put a funding schedule on the table to take the project from where it is now to full construction. We're just at that business case stage. We needed that more due diligent information to be able to say what the cost for those business case stage projects would be, and that we're assessing those at the moment for full funding, and that'll take up some of the additional 180 million.
Okay, and in terms of, well, you've still got some detail, but do you believe, or is the goal that each of these projects will be implemented by 2024?
That's correct. They will be implemented by that time frame.
Okay. Now, if these Northern Basin Toolkit measures fail to achieve their desired outcomes, will the 70 gigalitre reduction to the 390 gigalitre target be reinstated?
No, these projects are truly complementary projects to the Northern Basin Review, and they were brought forward to be able to enhance their ability to achieve some of those local environmental outcomes. So the basis of the reduction from the Northern Basin Review stands. These are projects that provide additional localised environmental benefits.
So no reduction?
No.
No reduction. What happens if they don't occur by 2024?
Well, at this stage, we're very confident that they will be delivered by that time frame. And as I said, they're about removing barriers to fish movement. They're about implementing, screens on pumps that don't affect, we try and minimise the impacts on our native fish, juvenile fish species. It's about, ensuring we're optimising environmental outcomes in the Macquarie Marshes. It's about ensuring our floodplains are connected in the Guida Valley with the river system as well. So these are projects that will really generate those complementary environmental benefits.
So,
Okay.
last question, if I can, on this.
Sure.
That closes that one off. We all hope that this is going to deliver the outcomes, but, we just heard very disturbing evidence that's from Mr. Reynolds, about the erosion that is being reported on the river, down around the Edwards River and the Barmah Choke, etc. We all want good things to be coming out of this project, but if the Northern Basin Toolkit fails to deliver what you expect by 2024, what's the response? And this is sort of in line with the question Senator Patrick was asking. What action will or can the Australian government take if the environment works and projects are actually not implemented by 2024?
So one of the things that the MDBA will look at as part of the Basin Plan review in 2026 is the sustainable diversion limits for each of the water resource areas in the Northern Basin. So it will be a key consideration as part of the Basin Plan review, whether the SDLs and the projects that have been implemented during the first 14 years of the Basin Plan have contributed to improving the health of the basin.
Okay, so the same answer really as we got from Senator Patrick.
Sorry.
Same answer as we got to the question from Senator Patrick.
I might ask the Senator just to, can you reframe the question?
Yeah, that's okay. I think we'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Senator O'Neill. We will go to a break.
Timing.
Sorry. Yes.
One Nation is relying on ABC articles during this hearing.
So did I.
know, it's hysterical.
So did I.
So
just
thank
wanna put
you.
that on
We'll go
record.
to the lunch break and return at 2 p.m. Thanks. All right, welcome back after the lunch break. And Senator O'Neill, back to you.
So if I could now go to efficiency projects, and I've got a lot of questions and we're running out of time, so if you do need to take things on notice, that's okay. But I appreciate if you could answer them as promptly and as succinctly as possible. So since the last Senate estimates, the federal government approved the Murrumbidgee Irrigation Off-Farm Efficiency Program. The application initially sought $124 million, is that correct? Why then, when the project was announced, was it approved for $126.48 million?
So the application that the department received, I understand, was for a project in the order of 126, well, actually more than $126 million. So, because from recollection, I will have to confirm this, the Minister didn't agree to fund the entirety of the ask from Murrumbidgee Irrigation.
Okay.
I'll just
So if you could
double-check
sort of
that.
tease that out and give me a sense of, you know, what the request was, what the amount was, what was the rationale for the discrepancy, etc., that would be very helpful.
Yes, I'll take that on notice and we
Thank
can
you.
provide that information.
Have the cost-benefit analyses of the recent off-farm efficiency programs, and I'm including the Murrumbidgee Irrigation and the Goulburn Murray Water there, have they been made publicly available?
So we have, and are intending to publish on our website, the independent review that we get undertaken. So the review that we had done for the Goulburn Murray project, I think, is already on the website. So that was by GHD, and we're in the process of just working with the provider in terms of publishing the independent advice that we commissioned for the Murrumbidgee project from
So
memory.
when's that likely to go up, the second one?
Probably in the next week or so. So I think that one was provided by AECOM, so we're just working through with
Okay.
them the publication
that-
of that advice.
Report covers off the cost-benefit analysis.
So, yeah, that report it looks at a couple of dimensions. The assesses the costs of the project and also looks at the methodology that is used to come up with the proposed water savings. So it's got two key components.
Okay, thanks, Ms Connell, that's helpful. Has the federal government received a proposal from the Victorian government regarding the Lower Murray Water Efficiency Project? I think we were discussing this earlier, were we?
Yeah, so, yes.
And that cost for that?
So we have received an application from Victoria for the Lower Murray Water Efficiency Project, and we're currently assessing that application, and I don't have in front of me the figure, but we can provide that.
Okay, so I'm advised that if the figures that are known in the community make an estimate of a cost of $20,556 per megalitre, is what I'm advised.
For which project?
For the Lower Murray Water Efficiency Project.
Yeah, so I don't have the details of the actual application in front of me, but...
So if you could
yeah,
take that on notice and give me
yeah.
the informed and accurate figures. If it did turn out to be what the community believe it will be at $20,556 per megalitre, would that be value for money, Ms Connell?
So it would depend on the nature of the proposal, and I will point out that these projects are funded under the Act for, so the program and the funding that's available under the Act and the conditions on which the government can release that funding is for water efficiency infrastructure projects. So, yeah, to convert it to a megalitre, to do the megalitre conversion is a bit crude because the Act provides for the WESA fund to be used for water efficiency infrastructure projects.
Okay. Nonetheless, you could do some of those crude figures as a comparison to what the community's doing, because they're interpreting in a way that makes sense to them in the context that they're in and informs their decisions about what they do with their businesses and where they invest and what they think is value for money, I think is often very astute.
And I will just point out, and we can use the Murrumbidgee project as an example. So in terms of the factors that were taken into account in determining whether that was value for money or not, it was the fact that it was delivering high security water entitlements, so rather than general security water entitlements, which are obviously worth a lot more in the marketplace, but are also worth a lot more in terms of environmental value to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, because there's more security around those entitlements. And the other key factors are that in relation to off-farm projects in particular, that you're not actually removing water from the community, so there's no on-flowing negative socio-economic impact. And the program also includes looking at whether the project will provide significant economic stimulus. So in the context of the Murrumbidgee project, it's going to create, I think, about 130 direct jobs and 92 indirect jobs. So that's a pretty significant piece of economic stimulus for that community. And obviously another key consideration is how the water the savings that are provided to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder from that project contribute to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder's portfolio of assets. And in the case of the Murrumbidgee project, and I can probably get Hilton to come and talk to that. I think we
might need to take anything else on notice, because I am going to press on.
The water that's returned is a significant addition to Mr Taylor's portfolio of environmental water assets.
And the amount that's to be returned of water?
So for, I think it's about 5.4 gigalitres.
And what's the cost of gigalitres at the moment?
So my understanding in the Murrumbidgee, the most recent trades of high security water were around the $9,000 per megalitre mark.
Okay, which is quite different from the 20,000 that the community think that this project, the Lower Murray Water Efficiency Project, might deliver. Anyway, on notice would be good.
It's an important distinction.
Yeah.
The money's for an infrastructure project.
Yep.
It's not buying an entitlement directly.
Yeah.
So quite significant difference there.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I just want to follow up on some ACCC matters because, like me, you've been in the community, and claims people make to me that I can, recite here with parliamentary privilege. They absolutely claim insider trading is occurring. They feel very disempowered. They feel irate that their concerns have not been taken seriously by the government, and they're absolutely livid that the response is still being discussed and not provided to them in terms of transparency in the water market. I don't think that there's a hostility to extraneous players putting themselves in the water market, but their inability to be able to see what's going on is driving them nuts. And they consider it discriminatory. So I think that's the description of the problem that I've got out there. Now, you gave some detailed information to Senator Roberts earlier. I'm just going to ask a few really straight questions, but I would appreciate a more detailed brief about what's really going on, and maybe reference to a report that you spoke about earlier might give me what I need.
Happy to provide a brief, and also to organise a briefing for you with the principal advisor that's steering this review. But just in relation to your comment about insider trading, the ACCC's inquiry was deep and wide and went on for about 2 years. They collected an extraordinary amount of data, and as a result of that inquiry, there were no findings of collusion. So, I understand.
And I
also
do want to believe that, and
well,
you know, it's
they
great.
use their powers to obtain information from various sources. So it wasn't just a can you give us what you've got? They actually use their powers to obtain information from various sources as part of that review.
So while the community's articulation of their lived experience doesn't match with what the ACCC was able to find, despite their extensive powers, there were nonetheless a series of recommendations made by the ACCC, right?
That's
so
right.
Let's get up to speed where we are.
Yep.
Has the government implemented any of the ACCC's recommendations?
So as I advised the committee before lunch, the recommendations are wide-ranging,
Yes,
starting with
I know,
organisation.
and I appreciate that, because I wrote down the 5 actions that you indicated were happening, but I just want a straight answer. Has the government implemented any of the ACCC's recommendations?
So the government is on time in terms of the commitments it's made to look at those recommendations, work with basin states, because the important thing to remember here is basin states are largely responsible for water markets and water trades. The Inspector General of Compliance, who's on next, has some powers, but predominantly it's the responsibility of states. So
yes,
it's
so
critical in terms of progressing the recommendations to
and
work
we
with
understand
states.
in COVID times, more than perhaps in other periods of recent history, that the Federation and the challenges that offers up, right? So, but there is nonetheless an Inspector for Compliance, and there's an expectation with that title that it's not just a marketing device, that it's actually going to create the compliance in all sorts of ways. So to be clear, with all those caveats, has the government implemented at this point of time today, what is it, the 17th or 18th of February? Has the government implemented any of the ACCC recommendations?
Yes, so there's a range of work that's going on at the moment to implement the ACCC recommendations, both by the Commonwealth and by states. So
it's a work in progress?
That's right.
Anything
and
completed yet?
The December advice from Darryl Quinlivan sets out the progress to date, so it's across about 7 areas, and critical elements that the Commonwealth has been responsible for is the water information portal. So that the first iteration of that went live on the 1st of July last year, and the Bureau of Meteorology is responsible for that. And obviously the other key element that has been recommended is implemented is the establishment of the Inspector General of Water Compliance. But the states, who are principally responsible, are making significant progress in moving on the recommendations now.
Thank you. Is the ACCC recommended ongoing surveillance of the water market? What's being done about that?
So we'll have to take what is happening in relation to that specific recommendation on notice, but one of the things that we're working on states with is looking at the IT systems that they have in place to undertake that surveillance. So we've engaged Data 61, that's part of the SARO, to look at, do an analysis of where states are at, what the gaps are, and what the uplift is that we need to have a more sophisticated IT surveillance
capacity
framework in place.
Okay, because there's been lots of concerns about the accuracy of what water is in the system, and particularly data black holes in the Northern Basin area in terms of proper monitoring.
So in terms of on-ground, like river gauges, hydrometric systems, meterings, Andrew, Mr Reynolds outlined some of the work that's being undertaken by Queensland and New South Wales in that space this morning.
So there's surveillance on the ground, but then there's the surveillance of the market. These two things are separate, but they do have a high degree of interaction.
In terms of what's flowing down the river
Exactly.
and what's being traded, are linked, yes.
We need some truth and transparency. Has any work been done on advancing a water trading register?
So, as I said before lunch, water registers are the responsibility of each of the states and territories, and they all have registers in place.
So let me clarify. Has any work been done on advancing a national water trading register?
To be effective, my understanding is that would require a referral of state powers. So at the moment, states are principally responsible for water markets, and they have in place registers, which are the key point of reference.
Yep. So we know that that's problematic. We know you're describing historical reality, okay? But
No, the current reality. So states are responsible.
And it
They've got the
arises from
registers.
historical context, okay?
Yeah.
But there's a lot that's moving around that's creating a national response to the river. My question again, has any work been done on advancing a national water trading register?
So the ACCC didn't recommend a national water trading register.
Okay, so is there no work being done, or is there some work being done? Is it being discussed by the Commonwealth and the states? Is it on the agenda?
There are state water registers,
Can-
and it would
can the
require
minister-
a referral of powers for a national...
I did hear that, but that's a different question. So
No, not to my knowledge. It's a state responsibility. They've got the registers in place. The ACCC didn't recommend a national register. They made recommendations about mechanisms to improve trade, so common reference points for trading, so whether you should impose an obligation, or states should impose an obligation that each trade have a common identifier, like an ABN, so it's something along those lines. So that's certainly being discussed and explored with states proactively at the moment.
And the committee that looked at the jurisdictional matters went to border communities to discern what was going on there. And I'm sure that you'd be aware how highly problematic it is if you've got a piece of property and businesses that straddle two jurisdictions. There's huge inefficiency, and there's profoundly different models of operating. That's a lag on those communities. The river flows through the arbitrary boundaries.
Yeah, so at the core, I think it's fair to say at the core of quite a few of the recommendations made by the ACCC is looking at harmonisation.
Right.
Across
But
boundaries.
in terms of harmonisation, to be clear, there is no current work underway to advance a national water trading register, despite calls for harmonisation.
It wasn't a recommendation of the ACCC.
And
that was
therefore,
the
there's no
two-year
action.
detailed inquiry, and
Yep.
no, so we're not examining that at the moment.
Okay. How many times, just...
Well, I was just going to say, you have to leave.
I
Do you
do.
want to do your second block now?
Can I?
And
That
then-
would be
Well, if everybody
great.
else is happy, I know, because we live to...
Thank you very much. Yes, I normally stay, but I'm
I
afraid
know
I
you
have to
are.
go. I normally
I would accuse
normally
you of
stay to the
nothing
end, but I do have to leave a little earlier today. Thank you for your understanding, Senator Duniam.
Yeah.
Now, can I just ask about the panel that's considering the ACCC's recommendations? How many times has the panel met? And did you say, I'm just recalling, was it Mr Darryl Quinlivan was...
He's the former Secretary of Department.
Yes. He's chairing that process. So could you give me a sense of the panel, when the panel's met, does it have a work plan?
I'll take that on notice. I think they've met about 3 or 4 times so far, but I'll
So
take
the
it on
dates
notice.
for those meetings
Yeah.
and any meeting notes to give us a sense of what they're considering and doing would
Yes.
be really helpful.
Okay, we can provide that.
So I'm keen for a work plan. What sort of accountabilities are in place? Who's on the board? All of that sort of
Okay.
stuff.
So you can find on our website the members of the advisory group.
Okay.
Yep.
And just in terms of a timeline, you've indicated that a couple of the recommendations are underway, and I think 2 of them have commenced. If we were to sort of scope that out to May, how many of the recommendations, the ACCC's recommendations in respect of water markets, will be implemented before May?
So the terms of reference for Mr Quinlivan's scope of works are on the website, and he's required to provide 2 reports: an initial report that was provided in December, which has been published on the internet this week, and a final report setting out a roadmap for implementation of the ACCC's recommendations, which is due on the 30th of June.
Okay, thank you. So they're the deadlines.
So I can confirm that the advisory group has met 4 times to date.
Okay.
Yep, but we'll provide an update on their work.
Thank
plan.
you. I think you know what I'm after.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple on the basin-wide environmental water strategy. Published in 2019, final version due this year. Where's that up to?
I'll just ask Mr Reynolds to speak to that question.
Thank you, Mr Reynolds. You're working hard today.
That's okay. So the basin-wide watering strategy is a requirement under the basin plan, as you've mentioned. We're working on an update of that. It's not completed as yet. I'll just see whether Mr Manning has got a little bit more detail on it.
So it says it's due. I understand it's due in 2022. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So is there a date that you are working to?
It'll be towards the end of the year. The basin-wide watering strategy. Sorry, I'll have to take on notice the timing of that. I haven't got that detail with me. Sorry.
Okay. You did indicate that you're working on an update, though. When was the last time that this project was updated, and like how much activities are happening in this space?
So we are continually working on annual watering priorities for environmental watering, and that forms part of it. It's guided by the basin-wide watering strategy. So there's a framework around the planning for environmental water. Mr. Coleman, Dr. Coleman, who leads that work, can probably provide a more detailed explanation. So.
Okay. Yeah, just a bit of an update on how it's going, if you could, in brief, and then please provide further detail on notice. So when do you expect it to be handed to the Minister? When would you expect it to be publicly released? Will it incorporate findings from the second WESA review? And how many stakeholders have you engaged or will you engage to provide feedback on the draft strategy?
So sorry, Senator, this is the basin-wide environmental watering strategy?
Yes.
Is that so the basin-wide environmental watering strategy, we're required to conduct a review and then release a new version by 2024. We have made commitments in the past to bring that forward by a year, possibly release it in 2023. We're currently re-examining those timeframes, just given the deliverables that we're facing over the next 2 or 3 years. So it may be released in 2023, but we may look to leave it until 2024.
Oh, so we shouldn't expect it this year at all?
No. So it'll be 2023 at the earliest.
Right. Perhaps you can provide on notice where it is up to, because obviously, it's significant. The challenge with the deliverables you just referred to, what are those challenges?
So there's the ongoing basin plan implementation activities, so the SDL adjustment mechanism rollout and water resource plans.
And the fact that New South Wales is trying to push it out to 26 and hasn't hit their targets, and there's a big hole there, isn't there?
So there are the ongoing basin plan implementation challenges, but also we're looking past that towards the basin plan review, so we're also investing in a lot of science. We're through the Water and Environment Research Program, our intention is that science investment will then be incorporated in the next basin-wide environmental watering strategy.
Okay. So I'm sure scientists are stakeholders, but there are other stakeholders from the community, from business, from governance. If you could provide a full list of the stakeholders that you are consulting and a draft plan of work, that would be very much appreciated.
No worries.
Thank you. Thank you. If I could go now to Sorry, I just got to flick to the right section. Indigenous water entitlements, which I've asked about on a number of occasions. This is so important to the First Nations communities out along the river, and we know that there was a very significant oversight in not including First Nations on the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, and that has been overcome in more recent times. But there's $40 million of cultural water entitlements, and I can tell you from being out in the basin that as times pass, the First Nations people are becoming more aware that perhaps that wasn't sufficient for their needs, and they weren't adequately consulted. But $40 million of cultural water entitlements were promised, and that was back in May 2018, to be delivered in 4 years. So we're just a matter of weeks and days away now from the schedule that was much announced in, the marketing of this government. Is it still the case that $0 have been paid of this $40 million to Australia's First Nations people who were promised this by the government in 2018?
So, Senator, as we advised at the previous hearing, responsibility for that program has now been transferred to the National Indigenous Australians Agency. So in terms of how the money has been applied, that's now a question for them.
The last time, Ms Connell, that you told me that the National Indigenous hearings were going on, and it was all news to them.
Yeah,
and isn't that the case last time, Senator Patrick? You wandered over, didn't you? So do you want to just sort of put on the record what happened there? We were told there's...
Well, the answer was zero. So at the end of the day, the department here held it for 3 years. Zero was spent and then it's been flicked off to someone else.
So do you want the update, though, on where we're up to?
I think they're saying that it's not their responsibility anymore.
No.
So...
They'd have to get the plan.
Yes, that's right.
To the other committee, the cross-portfolio committee currently sitting to get the update.
So, yes...
Correct.
Okay. Now,
Yeah,
can I ask
3.
about the $40 million, though, that were held by you and everybody thought were being managed by you until the last hearing? Has that funding now been transferred to the NIAA?
Yes, so I think on page 36 of the portfolio additional estimates confirms transfer of the responsibility for the program to the National Indigenous Australians Agency.
Okay. Do you think that'll give it another 3 years to just sit there and do nothing with? Because this is extraordinary that this hasn't happened.
We've certainly provided them with the information that we worked with we worked with stakeholders on in terms of the trust model that was investigated, and obviously the other key option that was looked at or considered was the program being run by the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation, which is part of the NIAA portfolio, so that obviously have access to all the information they need about how that agency runs and the programs it delivers, because my understanding is it's got responsibility for a $1.5 billion fund that can be used for land and water acquisitions. And they've been in operation for a couple of decades now, so have a much more sophisticated suite of business support and capability programs to work with Indigenous communities on acquisition of land and water rights. So
can I take it from that, Ms Connell, that the mistake was that you were given, or your department, not you personally, your department was given the $40 million, and that was a mistake of the government? They should have been smarter and given it to the agency that could properly deliver it.
That's not a matter for me to comment on, Senator.
Is your department doing anything to track the funds, that $40 million, to make sure that it actually gets out the door?
There's been a movement of funds, so the funds have been moved from our portfolio to the National Indigenous Australians portfolio, so it's on the public record.
So you are no longer following the money?
My team have regular discussions with National Indigenous Australians Agency, because one of the key elements of the community investment package was also a River Rangers program. So we discuss the progress of that program. So there was initially, I think, an amount of money, $3 million, I think, allocated for 1 year, and the government announced as part of the MyEFO measures a further 4 years of funding for the River Rangers program. So We work with NIAA on that front and on a range of other matters where our portfolios intersect.
But no longer on the $40 million that didn't get delivered.
So we obviously have talked to them about how it's going, whether there's any additional information we can provide or support them on, but they are the portfolio with principal responsibility for Indigenous issues.
Just to be clear, Sarah, it's 0 of the 40 million. It's 2 of the 450 gigalitres, and Senator Dunningham's delivered 2.8 million of 1 billion trees. All consistent.
Oh, Senator Patrick, I'm going to miss you over the next 5 minutes. I really am.
I might just open, if I can, just one line of questioning, and I know that Senator Grogan will finish up on this. She'll ask more detailed questions, but the fish kills for Menindee and the Parramatta River are obviously very significant concerns. And while I know that Senator Grogan will ask the questions, I just want to put on the record that as a duty senator for the seat of Parkes, which encompasses Menindee, that the community will never ever forget what happened there, and internationally, that is the image of what mismanagement of the Murray looks like to the rest of the world, given that we really prize our natural assets and the river is such a totemic part of the western part of New South Wales. I have serious concerns about the Blackwater issues that threaten the river, and I'm also very concerned about what's been happening in Parramatta River.
I might ask Mr Reynolds to talk to how the Blackwater event is being managed out in Menindee. The issue of the Parramatta River is an issue for the New South Wales government.
Thank you. So the current Blackwater event out at Menindee is very different to the previous event that led to the death of a lot of fish. This is a very large flood event. There's a lot of really poor quality water at the front of the flood as it moves across the floodplain and picks up a lot of vegetative matter off the floodplain and brings it back to the river. Blackwater is a natural event. It's the New South Wales Government and Water New South Wales who manage the operations at Menindee, and of course we do liaise with them, but they are the decision maker.
So don't you get it at a trigger point? Doesn't it? Don't you take over at 6:40 or something?
It's a different. At that point, we can call water to support the Murray, but the decisions about where to release it from and how it's passed through the lakes remains with New South Wales. The MDBA just has the right to call water to support Murray uses. But at the moment, as this water moves down to Menindee, options to shandy that water with better quality water that's already in the lakes are being used. So Water New South Wales is both diverting some of the black water at the front of the flood flow back into the lakes and letting it spread out across the larger water body. As it gets into a larger surface area, it gets a chance to re-oxygenate, and of course it gets diluted with fresher water. They're also releasing some of the water past the main weir at Menindee and allowing some fresher water from the lakes to come back to the river downstream to also shandy that water into the lower Darling. So it is a challenge to manage such a large volume of poor quality water, but by taking these actions, it also provides an opportunity for fish that would otherwise be affected by that to move off into fresher water. It's a very different circumstance to the previous fish kills, which were at a time of very low water availability. There were basically stagnant pools within the river, and due to a change in weather and a sudden cooling, they inverted and mixed some really poor quality water. So it's a very different circumstance and a different range of management actions that are being undertaken now.
Are you in control? The 640 has been hit, hasn't it?
Yeah, so as I say, we have the MDBA from a river management point of view can call water, but we don't make the decisions about where it's released from. We never do, even when it's in our control. That's a decision for Water New South Wales.
Okay.
So you've completed that line of
Well,
questions,
no, I think
and we'll come.
I might just, because I'm going to leave, if I can hand to Senator Grogan, just to
All
finish
right,
that
we'll
off.
go to Senator Patrick.
We've made a public deal, so
That's fine.
So
We're also easy to get on with in NARAT. So thank you,
Thank
Senator
you.
O'Neill. Safe travels.
Thank you.
And Senator Patrick, over to you.
thank you. So I just want to go back to the Narran Lakes water reimbursement we were talking about. And Ms Connell, just trying to work out what part, do you have any control over this? Because I know there's a grant, and I don't know whether the CHU actually does grants or whether that's sort of something the department does.
No, the grant's been managed out of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Office.
Okay, thank you. Have you engaged any consultants in relation to that grant?
Yes. So in establishing the grant, as I said, this is the third time we've done it, and we publish all the information around the previous two, and it will become public in this case if it's activated as well.
Sure.
But there are independent valuations of the water. There's independent verification around the water quality. In this case, becomes a major issue because we're taking water out of storage and putting it back in a river. So we've got a lot of rigour around that independent water quality work. There's also independent verification of the volumes of water that is being released, and I think that's pretty good because there's a tension that the owner of the water doesn't want to release any more than they have to, and we want to make sure we get every drop that we're entitled to, so the verification will be there. And then we're working also with the state government in Queensland around the accounting treatment of that to ensure that there's no growth in take, in that once the water comes out, there's a cap on how much and when the owner of that storage can put water back in there, so that there's no double dipping in that sense.
Sure, okay, that's good. Who are the consultants and how much have they been paid?
I can take all that on notice.
I'd like to know who are the valuers?
Within a few minutes I can...
Thank you.
If somebody's watching, that information can
I'll
be
get that to you, thank you. And if they're not watching, they're in trouble, is that right?
Yeah, that's all right. But we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Are there any other projects like this where you pay users not to use water, or owners, irrigators not to use water?
So I guess this is part of our strategy of using all the water in the system in the most sort of innovative and efficient way we can. So there's circumstances where we're actually paying for, if you like, increased losses or efficiencies. That way all the delivery of operational water is actually doing the environmental outcome, but through a slightly different shaped hydrograph that wouldn't be as the river operators might use that water if they had carte blanche on the most efficient way. But we might ask them to modify that hydrograph to get a fish breeding event or slow down a withdrawal so the birds don't leave nests. And we'll pay the difference between what the operational water would have done and what we're doing it. So these sorts of innovative ways of making all the water in the system go further.
Is this the only one exactly like this?
So we've had one where we've had a foregoing of water, and we've got a circumstance here where we're actually looking to purchase water back out of things. So these are the new...
It seems to me it's a bit of it's almost like a hybrid between, it's not quite a water buyback, which are not permitted under the current government. It's a temporary, it's almost like a temporary buyback.
Yeah, it's like a trade.
Yeah,
so we've sold water occasionally, temporarily. We don't sell we have never sold entitlements, but we have sold water on the temporary market, and this is an example of getting access on a temporary basis to water.
And where is the origin of this particular activity? Did it come from the department? Have there been any ministers involved in this?
No, this is a CHU, Commonwealth Environmental Water Office initiative, and we're quite proud of the innovation associated with these sorts of things, where we're either offsetting losses or getting into these grant situations.
Yeah. As I said, I agree it's innovative, and it is an interesting way. It's just because of the property involved, it raised my antenna. That's all. So that's why I was chatting to that. I want to ask, thank you very much. I'd like to ask unless you've got those answers that have come back.
No one's tapped me on the shoulder, so
all right.
I'll go and see if I can find it.
Thank you. Thank you. Next questions are I think to the MDBA, and relating to the water markets inquiry, but I think they're quite technical. One of the recommendations associated with this market inquiry was to remove tagged or grandfathered water licences. Can you tell me what a tagged water licence is?
So this is quite a... I'll see if I get this right. There'll be others that might be able to... I might have to come back with it.
From the report.
Yeah. So a tagged trade is where water that is held in a valley has been transferred to a different valley, has been sold to a different valley, but is still linked to where its original source was from. And so the allocations associated with it follow where it originally started from.
So are tagged trades between the Murrumbidgee and New South Wales Murray subject to the Murrumbidgee and Valley trade limits?
So tagged trades go beyond, are not subject to the trade limits, and that's the reason to try and get rid of them, so that brings it all back to an equitable footing.
Okay. So what's the relevant of the date that's in here of 22 October 2010?
I might have to take that on notice, but I think that was when tags ceased being issued.
Okay.
And so there were no more tags after that, so they all predate that, and that's the legacy issue that needs to then be dealt with.
So you record the trade of tagged licences?
So we reconcile interstate trades and trades from valleys. So the actual tags are held by the states in terms of their water registers.
But you're aware of them?
Yeah, because
they're not treated any differently to other trades in terms of how they're presented on the account?
I'll have to take that on notice exactly how they're presented. Sorry, this is quite a technical area.
Sure. So just in relation to the intervalley accounts, and I wouldn't expect to see any tagged licences that were beyond that date, the 22nd of October 2010, based on what you just told me.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice. Sorry.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Well, I can read from the report that the Basin Plan exempts water access entitlements established before the 22nd of October 2010 from the restriction.
Yeah.
So, and the restriction is that, so the Basin Plan generally provides that orders placed under a tagged water access entitlement are subject to the same restrictions applying to any other allocation trade between those two locations. So the problem is that currently the owners of grandfathered tags can order water for delivery from one zone to another at times when trade is restricted.
Mm. But that's not changed. That's
well, the
still
intention
allowed.
is to change that. So there's a more equal playing field.
So that means you have to then have an ability to somehow repay the source value. Is that right?
Well, the issue is that once the grandfathered tags are removed, it'll be a level playing field. So if there's a prohibition on trading, generally as a result of reduced availability, that will apply across the board.
Okay. So maybe if you could take on notice just how they're accounted, how they're accounted for, just a short description of that, I'd be grateful if you could do that. The next couple more little topics, but as we agreed, Chair, this is about the National Water Initiative, so it's probably the Water Grid Authority that looks after that, is it?
I know that's the responsibility of the department.
Okay.
The National Water Initiative.
Yep, okay. How much has been paid to the Northern Territory Government under the National Water Initiative?
Payments under the first iteration of the National Water Initiative, I think, concluded quite a few years ago now. So
yeah, so they started in 2004 or something, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right. And I think the payments were for a period of 4 or 5 years. So I'd have to take that on notice. So it's certainly no payments that have been made in the recent past.
Okay, but my understanding from the Productivity Commission report was that they really hadn't implemented their, so not this one, so that's the Murray-Darling, the National Water Initiative review they did, that the Northern Territory hadn't really implemented the initiative. Is it fair to say that?
So the National Water Initiative, one of the key reform recommendations was that states undertake water resource planning and to set up sharing arrangements where there was likely to be significant competition for resources. So, I think the Northern Territory has in place water sharing arrangements in some catchments, but by no means across the entire territory. But I'd have to take on notice the payments that were due to the territory under the initial agreement, because it's 15 years old.
Yeah, sure, I understand that. Just just the total amount, if you could, because I'm watching some stuff happening in the Northern Territory now with water, and it looks to me like the cotton industry is basically moving into the NT, and there is a program that's been funded by the National Water Grid Authority for 2 projects, Katherine Agribusiness and Logistics Hub and the emerging agribusiness precinct, Gunpoint Peninsula. But when I look at the documentation that's associated with that, it appears as though, in effect, the hub is really about funding a gin. That's what it looks like to me.
So we've got representatives from the Water Grid here today, so I'll just ask the First Assistant Secretary to come to the table.
Thank you.
Just while that's happening, Senator, the consultant that did the work for us in the Narran case was Marsden Jacobs.
Okay.
And it was $7,920, including GST. And the title of the report is Independent Valuation of the Price of Water from the Private Storage in the Lower Balonne.
So that's a valuation
report done that we commissioned.
Sure.
To base
is that the only consultant that you used on
so
that
then
project?
There's other consultants. Turog will do the independent water quality work up there, and then the Queensland Government will do the work on the accounting of the water.
The verifications.
Verifications.
Okay. Can you also then, do you pay the Queensland Government?
No, that's because it's part of their licensing.
Okay. Can you get me the value of the other contractor as well? I'll be grateful for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Water Grid Authority. Hi. I'm not sure if you heard my question. Just looking at some money recently made available, $41.3 million for 2 projects in the Northern Territory, the Katherine Agribusiness and Logistic Hub and the emerging agribusiness precinct, Gunpoint Peninsula. How much of that $41 million is for the Katherine Agribusiness and Logistic Hub?
So, Senator, I think those 2 projects, Marisa Purvis-Smith, Deputy Secretary at Water Infrastructure in Northern Australia, I think those 2 projects come under the Connections Pathway Fund, which is part of the National Water Grid Fund. It's a newer fund, newer part of funding from last year, where states and territories could put applications in for smaller water infrastructure projects, and there was a maximum of $5 million Commonwealth funding for each project to a maximum of $20 million per state or territory. I think those 2 programs, those 2 projects come under that pathway funding arrangement. I don't have the details of each of the projects, but we can take that on notice for you.
Thank you very much. How is the Katherine Agribusiness and Logistic Hub relevant to water infrastructure?
Again, that would come under the detail, and we can find that for you and provide that on notice.
Okay. Is the cost of that fully recoverable?
The cost of
Because I think that's the way your program works, isn't it?
The program itself is, this part is that the Commonwealth Government does provide, like it's almost a, not a co-funding, not necessarily 50-50, and in fact in many of the projects under this pathway funding, the state is putting in more than the Commonwealth, so it depends on the project, it's a project by project basis. So in terms of recovery, I'm not sure, are you asking whether the Commonwealth is able to recover the money that we're providing?
Yes.
No, this is
I thought that was the way the principles behind how that worked, how the initiative projects worked.
So it's not a loan. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, and apologies if I'm misunderstanding. It's not a loan to the state and territory in the sense that it is funding a particular project. So it's partly funding a project. So it's a grant to a state or territory for a particular project. So we don't recover it in terms of it being a loan to a state or territory. Am I understanding your question?
Yeah, that's fine. So maybe go back to the Secretary, because I'm just having trouble. If you've got this initiative and there's a whole bunch of things you have to do as part of the initiative, and the Northern Territory hasn't done those, why do they get access to the funding? I mean, I would have thought that would have been the incentive to provide funding. Yeah, that they were conforming with the initiative.
Yeah, my understanding is the extent to which the state or territory is applying the principles or the obligations under the National Water Initiative. That's a component in the GRID's consideration of final funding.
As part of the framework for the national for the water grid, it does take into account the principles of the National Water Initiative. But then, for example, each of the projects are also looked at in isolation as well. And again, maybe it might become more apparent when we get you the details on notice of the details of the project.
Okay. All right, maybe I'll stop there, and if you provide those to me on notice, I'll either put some questions on notice, perhaps through the chamber or at the next estimates. Thank you very much, everyone. That's it from me.
Senator Patrick. Senator Grogan, back to you.
Thank you. Can I just take you back to the current Blackwater event?
I'll just ask Mr Reynolds to return to the table.
Senator Grogan, we have another 7 minutes for this agency before we call the Inspector General of Water Compliance. So I'll leave that in your hands, but if we could be conscious of that time.
Yes, I wonder if we could just inconvenience everyone by a small amount.
Small.
And I have no questions for the Inspector General, so...
And I'm happy to be quite tasky here, so...
Terrific.
Okay.
Thanks.
Current Blackwater event, do you have any projections on the impact? What are you anticipating that we're going to see?
So it is uncertain about how much mixing we'll get. To date, we haven't seen any fish kills in the Menindee Lakes or the Lower Darling. We certainly, working with New South Wales, or New South Wales are managing this. We are hopeful that we will be able to avoid any significant fish deaths, but just how the water passes through the system, how much mixing and dilution we can achieve is not certain. So it will probably depend somewhat on weather conditions as well. But at this stage, we haven't seen any fish deaths, and we're certainly hopeful that we might be able to pass water through the system and not have any.
So noting that this situation is quite different from the other situation, feast and famine sort of scenario, but obviously with the same outcome, or a similar outcome in terms of the impact on fish and such like. Is there any planning in place into the future for what may be options to try and alleviate or mitigate these kind of activities? We've seen a number of Blackwater events in the last 10 years, 5 or 6, I believe. Do you have any plans?
So Blackwater is a common occurrence right across the basin at different stages. Some events smaller than others.
I guess I'm really talking about the more significant events.
Yep.
Yeah.
So certainly there are quite effective monitoring programs we have and coordination activities we put in place in the lead up to this year and indeed last summer to monitor areas of potential risk for black water throughout the system, and that depends very much on the flows through the system and localised flows and the like. So the coordination between state agencies and the Commonwealth has certainly been enhanced. We do have things like the deployment of aerators and the like that in certain circumstances might be a useful alternative, or indeed, as the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is doing at the moment, delivering small volumes of fresh water into the Edward Cool system. Mr Taylor spoke about that earlier today. So there are things that can be done in some circumstances. I think the nature or the scale of the Blackwater event that's coming through the Northern Basin and into Menindee Lakes at the moment mean those sorts of interventions are pretty limited, and the things that are being undertaken now, like diverting water through the lakes to dilute it, are sort of at the limits of what we can conceivably do. But certainly the planning and being ahead of individual events and assessment of what interventions might be possible is something that's foremost in both us, our and state agencies.
And do you feel that there's an impact of climate change that is at play here? Obviously, there's those of us who believe in it, there are those of us who don't, but significant weather events, we know there is changes. There's changed weather patterns. We're seeing more extreme heat, cold, wet, dry. Is this going to exacerbate the situation we're looking at, and does it need a greater level of focus to manage the system?
I think certainly how things trend into the future is foremost in water managers' thinking. One of the challenges with the current event after such an extended dry period and drought is that there's a lot of debris build up and organic matter builds up on floodplains, and the first flood that comes through picks up that material. So certainly that's a challenge if we see extended dry periods. I think there is significant variability in Australia's climate that's potentially going to be exacerbated by climate change factors. But certainly I think our planning and management of water resources, the availability of environmental water at times, those sorts of tools give us a greater ability to manage and intervene, but there will be events like the current one that are of a scale that cannot be completely managed.
Okay. If I can just turn to the recommendations from the fish death report, or the I asked you some questions last time and you provided a response in terms of the development, where you're up to with all of those recommendations. Can I have a quick and dirty update?
I don't think that would do the 35 or so recommendations justice, Senator. They cover quite a wide range of issues, from modelling to native fish management strategies to communication between agencies. But what I can say is the recommendations that were supported by the government are key components of all the relevant work programs that are being undertaken. Mr Reynolds...
Maybe you want to take that on notice then, because you did provide me with an update
Yes.
after the last session, so maybe you could do the same for me again.
Yes, we'd be happy to work with the MDBA to provide you an update. But we should just note that one of the key recommendations was uplifting the modelling capability, and that's something that the MDB has spoken about at length today.
And with those recommendations, a significant number of them were levelled at New South Wales as their responsibility. Have they delivered on those, or have you or the MDBA had any engagement with New South Wales around their responses to those recommendations?
Most of the recommendations are embedded now in a range of different work programs. So from memory, there's one that deals with end-of-system flows. So end-of-system flows is an element of water resource planning, for example. So we can certainly give you work with the states to provide an update on how they're progressing the recommendations. But the ones that were agreed to by basin governments are now embedded in ongoing work programs.
Okay. I might just ask a couple of quick questions about climate change. The 2020 Basin Plan evaluation said, and I'll quote, "The basin governments and the MDBA need to prepare and adapt to the Basin Plan in 2026 to incorporate future climate scenarios and trends," which means improving tools, etc., etc. Have you landed that work program?
Yes, we have, and we've published that on our website.
Excellent. And how is that progressing?
So it's mapped out in 3 stages. The first stage is through till 2023, which is to prepare an outlook, which is what we're calling the MDB outlook, which is to assess what we think the threats and opportunities to the basin will be at that point in time, to take stock of the challenges we might face and the things that communities might need to adapt to. That work is in train. Part of it is supported by the Water for the Environment and Research Program, the $20 million investment, and that's got a climate adaptation component to it. So that work is underway. The subsequent phases, which are beyond 2023, are really about what the adaptation activities might look like. But of course, that's a later stage.
So that's the research program for climate adaptation?
So that's part of the Water for Environment Research Program, what we call WERP, $20 million investment, and that's one of 4 themes, is climate adaptation.
Yeah, and there was a research program to be released? Or
That's the program.
That is the
Mr.
program.
Reynolds is
yeah,
talking
so
about.
there was a report to be released from that program?
So there will be a series of reports as the work progresses. The research has commenced, but is not complete. It's a program of, the research program is over 4 years, so we're in the early stages of that at the moment.
Okay, and when will we be likely to see the first results from that program, that adaptation program?
I might just ask Mr. Coleman, Dr. Coleman, sorry, who's got more familiarity with that exact detail.
Sorry, Senator, I forgot to introduce myself last time. Dr. Matthew Coleman, I'm General Manager of Applied Science at the MDBA. So the research program commenced mid-last year, so it runs for 4 years, from middle of 2021 to middle of 2025. We're expecting the first results from this research program to come out middle of this year, possibly September, depending on how the research goes.
Great, okay. I hope you haven't moved all the way to the table for no good reason. I'm terribly sorry. I'm trying to be quite tasky here, so I'm trying to cut things down so that everyone can go home. So bear with me.
I need to apologise.
Chair, could I just... I think we've got the Inspector General on call and just checking that he is in fact required. So
I have a few questions for him.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for checking, Mr. Secretary. I understand, do you have something that you need to update?
We might do that at the end, so
All right,
if that's okay.
thank you.
Cool. National Water Grid. So my understanding is National Water Grid has $3.5 billion for water infrastructure.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. It's a $3.5 billion funding program.
How much has been spent so far?
So I can give you a few details. Committed, there's $1.9 billion committed so far. Uncommitted is $1.5 billion. Contracted, would you like
that was my next question. Yep, you know the list, right?
That's right.
You just roll through it.
Well, I came prepared from last time. Contracted is $1.6 billion.
And how many are at a stage where they've got a completed business case and they're...
Well, what I do have is part of the committed but non-contracted. So it would be 374.9 million of the committed is yet to be contracted.
Okay.
So the rest of that is contracted.
Okay.
And we contract with the states and territories.
Okay, excellent. And with the 160 million National Water Grid Connections funding pathway?
Yes.
Yep.
So that is the connections pathway that is part of the $3.5 billion. But I can take you through...
just what that segment is doing.
So that is $107 million for 40 projects within 7 packages.
Okay.
I'll see if I've got information on contracted. Someone has just advised me that they are all contracted.
Excellent.
9, as at December, 31 December, 9 projects have commenced construction works and 27 are expected to commence in the first half of this year of 2022.
Okay, good. And they've all been announced?
I think they have all been announced, yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's up on our website. So
Yeah.
the National Water Grid website, they're all up there.
All right. Now, you say 107. I think I had a figure of 160.
So when the program was first announced, $160 million was the funding envelope, and then states and territories had to bring forward and apply and provide projects that they would like funded. Part of the eligibility criteria was that the Commonwealth would only fund a maximum of $5 million per project, up to a maximum of $20 million per package for each jurisdiction. So it really depends on what the states and territories came forward with.
Right, so some of them haven't used the whole value?
That's correct, and the ACT did not bring any forward.
Okay, and so with that remaining money, what happens to that?
So that has stayed in the National Water Grid Fund.
So that would then be used for some of those other grid scenarios?
That little bit part of the uncommitted money.
Right, and just moved into something else. Lovely, thank you very much. Very helpful. Where am I going now? So constraints management?
I'll just ask Dr. Durham to come back to the table.
Now, I will just initially flag that I did miss some bits when questions were being asked about this. So if I have doubled up, please tell me and I'll just go back and read the Hansard.
Okay. That is the first time I've ever heard somebody say that.
Yeah,
well done.
So that's exemplary.
I know.
You go back to caucus and say
this is the way to do it.
This is an A+. Thank you.
The Constraints Management Strategy was adopted in 2013. Has there been any work done to quantify what the reduction in flood risk would be for rural communities if it had all been implemented?
Murray-Darling Basin Authority, Mr Andrew Reynolds would be better placed to answer. Excuse me.
We need to get bigger tables, so you know.
You need to get rid of COVID.
Then we all sit here like this.
That's right, excuse that.
So there hasn't been work done explicitly around what would the flood mitigation be. The constraints management strategy is about enabling flow rates greater than we currently regulate through the river system and managing the impacts of those. States, as part of their program development, need to consult with their local communities, and they're committed to doing that, around what the mitigation of those impacts of higher flow rates would be. And that will ultimately determine what sort of flood impacts. One of the challenges is understanding if the system is operated at higher flow rates and then there's a subsequent rainfall event or something, what the impact of that might be, and that's part of the program development, is to work through those issues. There hasn't been a quantification of that flood risk at this point in time.
So that's like 9 odd years. That's the strategy doesn't benefit, would you think, from understanding what it potentially is going to result in?
So I think the constraints management strategy, as I said, is about enabling the river to run at higher levels and managing the impact. So there's certainly at natural flood events up to those limits of whatever that flow rate ultimately is, there would be some benefit to local communities about the mitigation of those impacts from those events. In terms of quantifying that, either in a financial or frequency aspect, that has not been done.
Can I just also highlight that the constraints management strategy concept, which was in the basin plan, is there. A strategy per se has not fully been developed, and there are five different areas where a strategy has to be developed. I'm not sure if any of them are finalised at this.
No, the projects themselves are to define and settle on the flow rates and indeed settle on the mitigation works to manage those flow rates. That's what the projects actually entail.
So it was announced in 2013 and it's still not done. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Right. That's a bit alarming though, isn't it?
Try living there. Yeah. Try living there and being one of the communities that wants to see an outcome, an agreement, some sort of indication of what is planned. Yep.
So
Mr. Reynolds, I wonder if you could address that issue.
So the delivery of those projects is like the SDLAM adjustment, the SDL adjustment projects, is with the states, and the states need to take those projects forward. South Australia is reasonably well progressed, and New South Wales and Victoria are undertaking community consultation around those activities.
But well progressed after 9 years sounds a bit short on delivery. Is there a reason?
There certainly are very challenging projects. The understanding within the community as to what the projects will deliver and what those outcomes might be is something that has been quite contentious, and the states are continuing to work on those issues.
I think it's quite alarming. One of the aspects of the strategy is the negotiation of easements with private landholders.
That could be one of the elements of managing a higher flow rate. Yeah, potentially it's a flood easement.
And it is in your strategy piece, I believe.
It's part of the concept that the constraints management strategy is based on. Yes,
yeah, to relax the constraints on their land. So that's still part of the strategy. Obviously, it was in there in 2013.
So it's one of the elements that states would be looking at as a way of managing the impacts of operating rivers at higher flow rates. Yes.
So how many private landholders would fall within the scope of that work?
I think across all of there are several thousand landowners or properties that would be potentially impacted along the Murray.
And have any of those easements been agreed to date?
So states are implementing that program. I'm not aware that they've actually settled on easements at this point in time, no.
The strategy keeps sounding better and better, doesn't it? And am I right to say it's a 10-year strategy?
Well, the constraints management strategy is to relax the restrictions on the flow that we can get through the river system and manage it in perpetuity. So,
but it's a 10-year strategy that's got, less than 2 years left on it.
So the plan for implementation is through to 2024 years.
So, are you anticipating not delivering on this, or are you anticipating some sort of Herculean experience in the next 2 years to deliver?
So the states continue to work on this program. The deadline is there. They're committed to progressing it, and they continue to undertake those consultation activities.
So what I'm hearing is the states aren't pulling their weight, or they're not making the kind of progress that would deliver us the 10-year strategy. What is the Commonwealth's plan to get the states to deliver, or do you just have to suck up the fact that it won't happen? Or that it doesn't look very likely to achieve the ends that it set itself in the beginning?
So it is part of the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism. It's a key part of that. The states have indicated a commitment to pushing on to the 2024 deadline, and that's what we continue to work to.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Oh, what perfect timing. Thanks, Senator Grogan. Okay, so, Mr Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier today, I think Senator McAllister asked the question, but we can check on that. But the department undertook to come back with an updated update in relation to the plan for delivering the 450 gigalitres. And so we've worked through today to just provide an update of the many activities that are underway to work towards that 450 gigalitres, and of course noting that there's over $1.5 billion of resourcing available to assist with that. So just in tabling that update for the information of senators and doing it today rather than doing it on notice, I know that the Minister just wanted to make a few comments. So.
Thank you.
Sure. So just with some of the points that have been provided to me, the Australian Government is committed to and has a plan for improving progress towards the achievement of the 450 gigalitres to provide enhanced environmental outcomes in the basin. As the Secretary said, over $1.5 billion is available in the Water for the Environment Special Account for the specific purpose of recovering 450 gigalitres. The first review of the Water for the Environment Special Account 2020 found that the recovery of 450 gigalitres of additional environmental water was not on track to be achieved by the 30th of June 2024 without significant intervention. The way forward lies in an approach that maximises water recovery for the environment while minimising impacts on farmers and communities. And that's why the Australian Government is recovering water through investment in off-farm water infrastructure, which includes urban and industrial projects, rather than further buybacks that have impacted communities. Projects funded under the program will improve the efficiency of water delivery infrastructure and increase the volume of water available for irrigators and communities. They will also help us to reach our river health targets by returning 450 gigalitres by the month of June 2024. Minister Pitt has acknowledged that generating 450 gigalitres of water savings by 2024 is a tall order, but the government's commitment is to push as hard as we can to make our irrigation networks as efficient as possible. Minister Pitt has called on the Murray-Darling Basin states to nominate infrastructure projects through the Off-Farm Efficiency Program, which includes urban and industrial projects, which can generate water savings for the environment without taking water from farmers. The MDB Ministerial Council has committed to and has a strategic focus on implementing the Basin Plan, including delivery of supply and constraints efficiency, 450 gigalitres, and also toolkit measures. And I think the Secretary has tabled that document already. Yes, great. Thank you, Chair.
Terrific. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just make a reference to that very quickly? You were going to bring us an update on projects and such like?
That's what I've tabled.
Oh, you have tabled that. Sorry. Right. Okay. Cool.
So it's on
It's printing. All right. Excellent. Assistant Minister, maybe I could ask you a question here at this point. Your colleague, MP Damien Drum, who's from the National Party, has referred to the 450 gigalitres as something that is, the plan is demanding to be flushed down the river and that it can't be delivered. This, and his quote is, "This water cannot be delivered without causing incredible pain and damage to the agriculture sector." Now, you missed, we had a little conversation this morning.
So I understand. I've been advised this was canvassed this morning.
Yeah.
Well, you just heard about the constraints management strategy.
So
that is one of the reasons why it can't get down.
So if you're asking,
we haven't done that.
Just to flag, we have a hard marker at 4 o'clock.
Yep.
So just, people have questions. I just don't want to, please ask the question and let's keep going. So that we
Are
don't
you
get
trying to marry what was set up with what I've just read out? Is that sort of...
Oh, no, it's just like you're talking about the 450, you're talking about a commitment to it. Part of the challenge that that I see is, on one side, I know, like, we speak to Minister Rushton about this all the time. She's very committed, she's very passionate. She, like me, lives in South Australia and is very connected to the river. And then we see all of the shenanigans from the National Party, which is part of the coalition, which is, your partner. And there's this divide. Now, obviously, we all know that not everyone gets along all the time. But this is a very, very important and critical piece of work.
Sure.
And there's this divide in your coalition. And I just want to put to you something that Bridget McKenzie said. As you were probably briefed this morning, we were talking about the amendments that
I was actually just watching it in my office this morning,
there you go.
which might be considered sad, but I was.
I'm going to go with committed. All right?
That's not what my friends tell me, but anyway, yeah, sure.
So Bridget McKenzie, when that whole scenario was going down with those amendments being put that would, and I've tried to adapt my language here, so let's have a crack, see how we go, which included legislating for no more buybacks, reneging on the 450 and removing the 2024 deadline. So that was the amendment, and it didn't progress, didn't get voted up. But Bridget McKenzie said that the Nationals would continue to agitate around these changes, but she also flagged that the issue would form part of the new agreement for your coalition. So my understanding is after each election or around every election time, you renegotiate the deal between the Liberals and the Nationals to form the coalition. And she said on the record at a press conference that this is going to be one of the key things that they use in the negotiation for the new coalition agreement. Can you give us a sense of what that might look like, and how worried should those of us who are committed to the Basin Plan and committed to the Murray-Darling River system, how worried should we really be?
Look, I think, as has already been referenced, this was canvassed at length this morning, the general issues you're referring to. I've made pretty clear, and it largely echoes what Senator Ruston said in her attendance this morning and the comments she made, the commitment the government has to what we've outlined here. The document's been tabled around the tangible elements of that, what it's looking like on the ground and what it will look like into the future. That's the government's position, as you said. There are often discussions, references made to differences of opinion. No one likes seeing the sausage made, but the end product is very tasty, and
Not right
we're
now,
committed
is it?
to.
Not if it's the Murray-Darling Basin that you're worried about.
Well, when you have a chance to have a look at that document that's been tabled, you'll probably have a different view. But look, we're committed to it, and that's where we're going.
Terrific, thank you. Senator Roberts, I believe you have one question before we release the agency.
Thank you. This is to Mr Reynolds. You gave us a statement here, Senate estimates on 28th of May 2021, and I'll just read from that. Finally, the March 2021 rain has delivered a more positive forecast for the next irrigation year compared to the same time last year. Indicative opening allocations for next year under a conservative extreme dry scenario are, and then you gave us the releases. In fact, the rain in that period was well above average, with some areas experiencing record falls. This is from your website. Even the area in red now is now blue. So I'm not blaming you for the weather forecast, by the way. And dam levels are from 92%. So it seems that farmers always start with minimal water allocations, and then later after the season, farmers get offered some more that farmers can't use. So farmers have missed an opportunity to make more money. And surely this has to stop. So my question is, who provided the extreme dry scenario? When was it changed to pouring down, as in this year? And did the use of extreme dry scenario cause farmers to lose early season water allocation?
No, it doesn't. When we do our analysis, we model a range of scenarios. I don't recall exactly the words in that statement, but I would have quoted from one of those scenarios, which was the extreme dry, very conservative. States, under their allocation frameworks, provide the allocation to irrigators. The MDBA's role is to advise the states on the volume of water they might expect to have under a range of scenarios. States do adopt a conservative approach to allocating water to make sure they don't over-allocate early in the season and then not be able to deliver it later in the season. That's actually a much poorer outcome. But when the MDBA provides advice to the states on the range of on the water they might have available, we provide them a range of scenarios, not just the extreme dry, and then they work within their own allocation framework on where they actually make an allocation decision.
So whose advice do you base that consideration?
So the MDBA does the statistical analysis of projected inflows for the season and develops those estimates of the volumes of water that might be available to each of the states, applying the water sharing arrangements that are specified under the Murray-Darling Basin Agreement. States then use their allocation frameworks and their assessment of the appropriate level of risk in making allocation decisions.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, we understand there was a discussion about Yanco, which I had intended asking questions about. So we're going to evaluate the Yanco decision because it is significant to us, but I'm not going to ask questions.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. All right, I believe...
Can I just make one correction to the record?
Thank you.
I advised the committee that the advisory group to the Water Market Reform Roadmap had met 4 times. They've met 3 with a 4th meeting organised, so my apologies.
Thank you, thank you. All right, I believe we can now release the department. Please go with our thanks. It's a big day. There was something else I was going to say that was useful, but it's escaped me. So thank you. Please go with our thanks.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. I'll stay, as is the custom, but my other colleagues will take their leave of you after a long week. So.
A long week, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate all your contributions.
Senator, just on indulgence, knowing the sort of long history of discussions, and I thought that there were lots of good questions today, but I've been reading a learned article written back in 2007 in the New South Wales Law Journal about water and the Federation, and I'll just quote a couple of sentences. During the development of the Australian Constitution, which is now 130 years ago, water was of major concern to many of those participating in the Constitutional Convention debates. The portion of those debates devoted to the Murray River and its tributaries and the right to use the waters therein was some of the most heated and protracted. The records are rich with veiled insults, rhetoric about resorting to arms and threats to derail Federation. And Alfred Deakin said in 1902, Prime Minister Deakin, this is probably the most complex, I should say almost the most obscure part of the whole Constitution. It will be extremely difficult to determine first what are our rights and powers, and next the most tactful and effective way of asserting them. So just wanted to congratulate the committee on maintaining a long tradition without resorting to arms. So.
I was actually just going to ask you, Mr Metcalfe, are you suggesting that we take up arms?
I'll leave that to you, Senator. So.
I commend their forefathers for getting yet another thing right.
Well, it was a lot of the Constitutional Convention debates were on this very issue. So.
Well, thank you, Mr Secretary, because you've reminded me of that was exactly what I was going to refer to, is that it is interesting to see our state colleagues reform their state's rights and state protections and arguments in this place. It's, I guess that's why the Senate was formed, to ensure that all the states were well represented. So.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I now welcome via video conference the Inspector General of Water Compliance. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I'll just make a short statement given the time of day. And I appreciate the opportunity, Senators, to address you again, the last time being in November. Since that time, the office has progressed extraordinarily well with our work and priorities, and we are on track to deliver significant outcomes from those reports in a matter of weeks and near months, referring to the work on the TUO, the river operations and the Pearson review, and also a substantive body of work that's been done in relation to metering. I'm joined today by Deputy Inspector Blacker, who's in charge of regulatory,
component of our office, and Deputy Inspector Leopold, who looks after capability. Our office has 28 staff, excluding my positions, of which we currently are at 22.4 EFT. So we're in the process of filling those 5.2 vacancies, part of the recruitment process. We have 3 staff seconded from other state and federal bodies and 3 labour hire contractors. Recently working with NBAN and Mildren and the Indigenous board and Woods to ensure that they can provide us with some assistance from the Indigenous community for potential applicants for those roles. We've, in addition to that, reached out to Senator Wyatt following the last Senate committee hearings regarding the transfer of responsibilities to him of the program that was under some conjecture at the last committee, and we've already established relationships to help the Senator and his team.
The Minister, Mr Grant, sorry, I'm sure you'd like to be accurate. The Minister Wyatt?
Minister Wyatt, sorry?
Yes, no, you said Senator, and I was just trying to keep it accurate for you.
Oh, sorry, I mean...
We don't want to promote
Minister
him accidentally.
He's already a gentleman and a scholar, so...
Indeed. I'm sorry to interrupt, please.
Our staff remain located throughout the basin, as well as a couple of city offices. We currently have 7 live investigations on hand. We have 2 investigations that came into our field officer at Loxton that have been referred to the South Australian authorities for investigation. We have 2 compliance audits currently underway, 3 accounting audits and 1 assurance audit. The MOU that we're developing with basin states will be completed as a single MOU within the first quarter of 2022, and we will publish that. And with that, very happy, myself and the deputies, to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Grant. Senator Davey, you've got a couple of questions?
I have a lot of questions.
Oh, a lot of questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing today, Mr Grant. And
nice to see you, Senator.
My questions are particularly around the review of metering. You're undertaking an audit into the metering and compliance across the basin. I was expecting this audit to be released in February, but I understand it's been delayed. Is that right? Can you tell us why it's been delayed?
Yeah, so we've got 2 bodies of work. I'll hand over to Deputy Blacker in a moment to take you through it precisely. We've got 2 bodies of work that are being undertaken. One of those came across with the Office of Compliance when we were involved, and we've been working with contractors Baringa in relation to that. So our inquiry and review section are doing a body of work, and our standard insurance team are also doing a body of work. So I'll just refer to Mr Blacker. He'll give you a precise update on the timings and status of those 2 bodies of work.
Mr Grant, just before you hand over, would we be able to get a copy of your opening statement tabled? Because Senator Grogan believes that it might have answered some of the questions that she would otherwise be asking.
Okay, I just made most of it up I just not offered total.
I just thought he looked like he was running off something. I'm sorry. No, that's fine. I'll just have to ask you the questions all over again.
No, I was reading off points. I could certainly construct it back in and give you the same points.
Yeah.
Not a prepared speech.
Terrific, thank you. Just send through the points if you like.
Yes, you send through the points now. I'll have a quick skim over them and then I won't ask you the questions.
I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Mr Blacker.
Thank you, Senator. We're really interested in 3 things in relation to metering. We've been particularly looking at the commitments made by states over a long period of time, and they do go across multiple governments for some period of time. So metering was promised as part of the National Water Initiative in 2004. It was the National Framework for Non-Urban Water metering in 2009. It was recently recommitted to through the Meteorological Assurance Framework update, and almost every independent review has pointed to more accurate and widespread meters as essential reform. So that's really what's driving our regulatory priority this metering, and so we've been doing two pieces of work in recent months. One was to look particularly at the supply market. We were hearing a number of concerns from people about aspects of the ability of the supply market to deliver with the scale of the reforms at the moment. We know that they're particularly, they're technically challenging and logistically challenging as well. So we've done some research to break down the supply chain, looking at supply, delivery, installation and validation of meters, and each of the subcomponents that water users need to step through to become compliant. And so we've mapped those individual elements, and we've looked for any barriers in the supply market against each of those individual elements. And I can say quite happily that we are confident that the commercial market for non-urban water meters can meet the demand for AS 4747 metering requirements by 2025, which is the compliance compact commitment by all jurisdictions. There is adequate supply of compliant meters between 40 mil and up to 1,800 millimetre pipe size. And it's often said that large meters are not available, but the evidence we've obtained suggests that they are available. There are 15 available meters which are complete with the Australian standard requirements, and there are 8 of those meters which are available in pipe size of 600 millimetre. So we've been particularly the supply of the market. So looked at the reform progress across the basin, and we've been looking particularly in New South Wales lessons that could be learned for future tranches water metering reform, whether they're in New South Wales or in
So when it comes to compliance, and I understand AS 4747 is the standard, does that also require telemetry?
I mentioned earlier that we were looking at 3 particular elements of coverage, accuracy and timeliness. Part, time, 2 places.
Unfortunately, you're breaking up, Mr. Becker. Would you try holding your microphone
I hope
closer
you can
to
hear
your
me, sorry.
mouth? Yes. Or turning off your vision.
Yeah, maybe turning the video off.
2. Apologies, Senator. Thank you. I'll try that and we'll see if the audio works better.
That does.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we're looking at 3 elements of the metering reforms particularly. We're looking at the coverage, so making sure that there are meters present. We're looking at the accuracy, which is making sure that they have Australian standard accuracy, which is plus or minus 5% error rate. And also looking at timeliness. And timeliness is coming out of 2 places. It comes out of the Compliance Compact in 2018, and it also comes out of the Meteorological Assurance Framework agreed to by all jurisdictions in April of 2021. So we know that at the moment New South Wales is rolling out telemetry as part of their metering reforms, and we have recommendations as part of the ACCC's inquiry go to telemetry and the opportunity for telemetry in South Australia, and we also think, based on our previous audits, that applies in Queensland as well.
Great. So when you produce your report, a request from me, I think I've been asking this even before the IG's office came about, but providing a simple matrix that actually shows like-for-like comparisons, because I know in the past the reports have said, you know, the state is X% compliant, but they're compliant with their state rules, not necessarily with the compliance compact rules. So can we get a simple matrix that shows like-for-like comparisons between the basin states, including a column on how many metres are in the state, how many are fully compliant with AS 4747, what the timeline is to compliance to 4747, and where there may be grandfathering clauses? Because I do understand, I believe South Australia has got a policy that meters installed prior to July 2019 are exempt from the new metering standards. I also believe Queensland has decided that pumps over 400 mils are exempt from the AS 4747 standards because they're too large, which goes against what the evidence you've just given. And also that Victoria is concerned about the cost of replacing existing meters before the end of their operational life if they're not AS 4747. So it'd be really handy for the committee if we could get that simple breakdown so that we knew that we were actually comparing apples to apples instead of state jurisdictional rules to different expectations in different states. Would that be possible?
Thank you, Senator. And yes, that is exactly what we're working on at the moment. And we've already been out to all jurisdictions requesting that data so that we can produce that like-for-like comparison across the basin and give that complete national picture of metering rooms. You mentioned there the Queensland metering policy. We are engaged with the Queensland Department on that matter at the moment and expressing our expectation around Australian standard. And we're also engaging with all jurisdictions on metering data to make sure we can produce that simple report that we, like you, have heard when we've been out and about across the basin, that people are after a really simple, short, sharp, infographic style document that can show in a simple way what is happening in metering reform.
Thank you very much. And are you getting full cooperation from the states insofar as them providing that sort of data and information to you and in a timely way?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, we have received data from all jurisdictions except, and we are working with Victoria to finalise an MOU as a prerequisite to Victoria providing that to us. So they're looking for the formal collaboration arrangements before providing that data to help inform the report.
Thank you very much. And just finally, last question. Can you said Mr. Grant, you said you had live investigations ongoing. Are these compliance investigations? And can you give us a brief overview about what you're investigating?
Absolutely. Number one, basin compliance water trading rule investigation in the Victorian Murray. The issue is unrestricted access to water trade basin plan as part of Chapter 12, Part 2. The second one, and I'll provide a list of this to the committee if you like, or do you want me to read them all out? Do you want me to read them all out, or would you like a list?
Both. Can I get both? If you, just the headlines now, but if you then provide us with the list, we can investigate a bit more.
Sure. Number two is water trading rules relative to sensitive water market information. That's in Menindee Lower Darling. Number three is another water trading rules in the Murrumbidgee, allegations of trade barriers with an IAO. Number four, another trading rule runs statewide in New South Wales, potential restriction on trade. Number five is Murrumbidgee, unrestricted access to water trade, another trading rule. Number six is the Water Act compliance issue. relative to the last Senate committee hearings that we were at, lesser review, section 86AJ, which I received today. Report, that investigation. Number 7 is another water trading rules issue basin-wide regarding trade price reporting. The two that have been referred to South Australia, to those authorities, to our field officer there, was an allegation of an illegal pump site and an allegation of unfair penalty notice being issued. So they sat with the state jurisdiction.
And that's an example of where it's really important that you continue to work with the states to have that power to refer issues that come to you.
Absolutely, it's a two-way street. Anyone can refer any complaint they want to us. If it's not within our purview or our legislative remit, then we have the appropriate jurisdiction.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Senator Davey. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Now, you did say in your intro, but I didn't quite catch it because it was a little bit crackly,
Sure.
about the legal proceedings you've got on foot. Can you just give us a quick rundown?
That was the list that I just read out then, those investigations.
Just the total number.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know, I
sorry, it
missed
was
it twice. 7.
7 live.
2 compliance?
And 2 others. Sorry? Oh,
Sorry.
The categories. Yeah, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those 7 are water trading rules.
That's the bit. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And one of those is water compliance.
Lovely. Now, the last time we were in estimates, you advised that your office had 3 offices attached to an office in Adelaide. Can you elaborate a little bit on the presence of your office in Adelaide or across South Australia and the kind of work that your offices have been undertaking?
Just in Adelaide?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I'm very colloquial.
Yeah, I'll refer to my
Parochial.
deputy. Yeah, that's okay. I love Adelaide, and Loxton I'm particularly fond of. I'll refer to Deputy Inspector Leopold to make sure I get this accurate. But 2 of them are in the audit and investigation team. And if I could just get confirmation from my deputy to the third, which team she sits in.
In inquiry and review.
Inquiry and review. That's the Adelaide office. Then we have our field officer at Loxton. And then we have a standards and assurance team member also at Loxton.
Oh, cool. And do you get across to Loxton or Adelaide to visit with these officers much, even in COVID times?
Yes, I've been to Loxton, I think 3 times. We opened the office down there, had an official opening. And I get down to Goolar as well, down to the barrages. And I get us around as much as I can. And as you rightly say, limited by COVID, unfortunately. I'm very keen to get out and about more, and that's hopefully going to be possible this month onwards.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you in Adelaide. Thanks.
Look forward to it. Happy to meet with you anytime. Just give us a yell.
Thanks very much.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much, Senator Grogan. I believe that brings us to the end. Sorry.
I just have one point of clarification.
Yes.
You've tabled this list, but you didn't table your statement.
I mean, it'll be in Hansard, but we could table that statement if you'd like.
Suggesting I go and read the Hansard.
We have to work it.
Here, we'll table that.
I can table if you want to read the handwriting.
Thank you, Senate Minister. Tabling that statement. Yes.
Someone just
Scan that in for us,
Screenshot.
Mr. Grant. That would be great.
Well done.
Scan it across. That'd be great. Yeah, if you could, because those numbers would be very useful that you gave us in the beginning.
So that concludes today's proceedings. I thank Minister Ruston and Minister Duniam and all witnesses who've given evidence to the committee today. Thank you to all the department officials. I thank you to Hansard Broadcasting, the Secretariat and my colleagues, and the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.